2025, beginning at 10 o'clock. In accordance with Section 43 of the Local Government in Scotland Act 2003, I have directed that this meeting will be conducted in such a manner as to allow remote attendance by elected members. The meeting will also be live streamed. Now, before we go into the business of the meeting, I would just like to say a few words regarding the disgraceful and scandalous social media comments that are affecting all members of this council. Just to let you say that I'm really concerned that over the past few months that there has been an increase in this disgraceful behaviour. Just to let you know that I've already been to the police to take some sound advice, and I would now like to pass you on to Mr. Henderson, our legal representative, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. And first of all, I'm conscious that there is a sounding board working with elected members around these issues, and not intended to be a plug for officer training at all. But members may be aware that the planning team have been carrying out a series of workshops recently, and I think there are additional workshops due to take place in April and May, and all members of the council are invited to these, and hopefully they'll prove to be helpful. But as part of that, it's the intention to have a refresher session for members of the planning committee on decision making and the code of conduct, which might be a useful opportunity to let members of the committee discuss matters around that, and also around social media and what approaches can be taken to assist members in dealing with these scenarios that may arise. So thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. We're not going to have a discussion on this matter. We've already explained the situation. I've taken major advice from the police and like to thank them. And we've also had our legal representative. So that takes us on to today's business. First is apologies.
Thank you, Convener. No apologies have been submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That takes us to declarations of interest, and just for clarity, I'll read this out. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Have we any declarations of interest at this time?
Yes, Convener.
Provost.
I'll declare an interest in agenda items 5 and 6. A couple of years ago, I was invited to visit these premises with Councillor Steinbank and Councillor Binney, look at the heritage of the place. At no point during that visit did I make any comment on the application at all. It was just purely an informal visit. And as I've called these in today, I think it's prudent for me to recuse myself for these two items.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Anslow.
Thank you, Convener. I wish to make at this time a statement of transparency regarding item 19 on the agenda, and as such I wish to make it known the connection between myself and Mr Jonathan Anslow, who is elected convener of the 8th Parish Community Councils and spoke on behalf of item 19 at a previous committee meeting as Parish Council representative, who is my husband of 42 years. I don't consider that I should require to recuse myself from this item, as my husband has no beneficial interest in the matter and was simply speaking as a representative capacity on behalf of the council. Having regard to the objective test in the code of conduct, I do not consider that I require to recuse myself from making this decision. Thank you.
So did you say item 9? Yeah. Okay, you got that? Yeah. Any other declarations of interest? Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. It's a bit an unusual one. My wife met the applicant of items 5 and 6 uptown in Falkirk. I was shopping and started talking, and she referred them on to me as councillor, as a councillor who's on the planning committee. He came to see me twice, and I had a number of communications with the planning officers, and I did let planning officers know that the perception may be that I'm too involved. because of that. So therefore, I think it's only right, using the objective test, that I recuse myself from those items.
Thanks, Councillor Bowes. Anybody else in the room or online have a declaration of interest? None? Okay, thank you for that. That takes us to item 3 on your agenda this morning. Item 3A, the minute of meeting of the Planning Committee held on the 12th of February 2025, and it's pages 3 to 12 on your agenda papers. Any questions arising from that minute, or can we agree the minute?
Agreed.
Agreed the minute. Fine, thank you. That takes us to item 3B with the minute of meeting of the planning predetermination hearing held on the 30th of April 2024, pages 13 to 21 on your agenda papers. Any questions arising from that minute, or can we agree the minute?
Agreed.
Agreed the minute. Okay, thank you. That takes us now to item 4 on your agenda this morning. The Falkirk Council on-street parking space for disabled persons, various streets, number 14, order 20. It's pages 22 to 30, and our report is by our officer, Craig Russell. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you, Convener. Morning, Committee. This report concerns an application for a disabled persons parking space on Alder Grove in West Quarter. In terms of your scheme of delegation, the decision requires to be made by committee as 2 unresolved objections have been received to the making of the order. In terms of the relevant legislation, the authority requires to consider all objections made and not withdrawn before making the order. An application was received by a qualifying person and a suitable location was identified for the space. This is shown on page 26 of your report. 2 objections were received and responded to. These are detailed on pages 28 onwards. The objections have not been removed, hence this report being placed before you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Open it up to members now. Any questions to our officer regarding this? No questions? Councillor Redmond?
Obviously, just having read over the objections, it seems like there's a sort of dispute going on in the neighbourhood. To what extent do we take the sort of neighbour disputes into consideration, or if is the legislation just saying if the person's legally entitled to the space, they need the space, then we need to grant the space? I don't know. It seems like it might be more of a neighbour dispute rather than maybe giving an opinion on that. But what's the sort of guidelines around that?
Through you can get the legislation's pretty straightforward in respect to these spaces. If we receive an application from a qualifying person, and that is largely a person with a valid blue badge, the council is duty bound to attempt to identify a space, and if one can be identified, we have to provide a space. Initially, that space is marked out, it's painted on the road. It's advisory only at that time until the traffic regulation order is made. In terms of the sort of neighbour disputes that Councillor Redmond mentioned, we simply don't get involved in those, for want of a better phrase. It's quite common that when a disabled space arrives in a street, it can cause neighbourly issues, I guess. As long as the space is being used by somebody with a blue badge, there's little we can be done. If the space is being misused, if somebody's parking in it without a blue badge, when that space becomes permanent, once the order has been made, the council's parking attendants can obviously carry out enforcement on that space, and if someone's parking in it without a blue badge, they're liable to get a penalty charge notice. If somebody is misusing their blue badge, the council's transport planning team have a sort of a practice or a policy around investigating that. So once the space is made, if the neighbourly issues continue, the transport planning team can sort of investigate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to come in at this stage?
Yeah, convener.
Robert?
I think the applicant meets all the terms of disabled persons parking spaces in Scotland. So, as Craig says, that they're allowed a badge. So I think it probably is a neighbour dispute. So, in this case, I would move to grant an application.
Okay. Just to clarify, the provost has stated that having considered the terms of the report, including the objections, he determined that the order should be made. And I'm quite happy to second them. Anybody otherwise minded? We'll get a light on Councillor Bowes.
No, it's fine, convener. I was actually just going to second the provost. It seems to be, they've applied for properly. The Roads Department have said it's in a safe place. So I don't see any reason why we shouldn't approve it.
Okay, just to clarify, we have a motion moved and seconded that the order should be made. Is there any otherwise minded? No, all agreed. Thank you. Okay then, thank you very much for that. We're going on now to item 5, which is conversion of an alteration to office class 1A to form 6 flatted dwellings at 1 Newmarket Street, Falkirk, for Mr John Fotheringham. The report is by Stephen McClure. It's pages 31 to 45, and an application had been made by Mr Inderpal Gill, the agent, to be received as a deputation to be heard in respect of this item of business. Also, apologies for the lateness, but Mr Fotheringham would like to accompany him to answer any question from members. So, are members agreed to hear the two gentlemen?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, then I'll go back to our officer, Stephen McClure. Stephen, if you could give us the report. Thank you, sir.
Right, thank you, convener. So this application is for a category B listed building that's located in Falkirk Town Centre, which is also within the Falkirk Town Centre conservation area. The building had for many years been in office use, but the upper stories of the building have now been sold on, and therefore it's now been proposed to change the use of the building. That's first and second story of the building, to from offices to flatted dwellings, with a total of 6 flatted dwellings being proposed. I'd like to note to the committee that although this is item 5, item 6 is today on the agenda is also for the same proposal. Item 5 that we're currently looking at here is for the standard application for a change of use and external alterations to the building, and item 6 being the listed building consent, which includes all internal and external alterations there to the building. Both applications generally run in tandem, as any alterations to one can affect the other. So I'd normally go through the main report at this point, but in this particular case, we have not been able to conclude the assessment of the application due to items that we haven't yet received and to assess there. So if I could just ask committee, I'm going to go to section 7B.6 of the report, and I'm just going to take you through the items at the moment that we are still requiring to allow a full assessment of this application, or both applications, to be considered there. So in relation to this, there is an outstanding noise impact assessment. This is required in this case as the impact of noise from the surrounding area, especially traffic noise and noise from the adjacent public house, would be required to be assessed here, and what impact that would have on the building, as this would feed into the glazing requirements in particular for the windows, to ensure obviously any future occupants can have no issue with noise. This is pretty standard in a town centre location, and as I say, we haven't received that yet. So given that, we don't know the detail in terms of the glazing for the windows there. In terms of the number of units being proposed, at present this is seen as overdevelopment of the site there. We've asked for a financial viability report, as the applicant and agent have stated that the only financially viable way the building can be converted over would be for 6 flatted dwellings to be created. As I say, at the moment, the amount of units in the building that's been proposed would negatively affect the character of the listed buildings and the features within there. and as I say, it's constituted to be overdevelopment of the building. As such, the financial viability report would obviously be required to show that this is the only way that the building could be converted. And at that point, obviously, we could work further with the agent or applicant if that is the case. Next one is fire safety requirements. We currently don't have any of this information in. Just for background, this stems from more of a building standards side that affects listed properties, as we have to consider obviously the internals of the building. In flatted dwellings such as this now, especially above commercial properties, every unit needs to have sprinkler systems in place. They also need, obviously in the public areas, certain fire safety elements. There's also a requirement for fire safety between the floors. In listed structures, in most cases, they all need to be individually designed. There's no kind of sort of standard system. Listed buildings are also different, and obviously every conversion is different. This has become, from myself and usually the conservation officer that's involved, this now is a huge part of our work with listed structures. It takes up a lot of our time. We generally have to go back and forth because there's all different systems that can be used. They've got to protect the heritage of the building. In a lot of cases, in particular, if you're having to lower the roofs to bring in fire safety between floors, and obviously you're bringing in a lot of pipe work, a lot of sprinkler systems, etc. So we haven't had anything submitted at all in relation to this. As I say, this is a huge part of the work that needs to be assessed for the listed building consent in particular on this, but we haven't had anything in relation to that yet. Further to this building, we've also had still ongoing discussions and requirements in terms of the stairwell doors. The stairwell in this building is fantastic. It's a really it's part of the original feature that remains in the building, and part of the design of that is that it's got, as I say, a lot of doors kind of pocketed all the way up. That forms part of the overall design. As part of the requirements of this proposal, it would see a lot of these doors removed and blocked up, which it can be the case in listed structures. You obviously do need to remove certain things. But given the design of this building, we would require the doors just to remain in place. They could be, as I say, blocked up behind. But again, that's something that Historic Environment Scotland have discussed with us, and we've also still, as I say, not reached an agreement on that point here. There's also still further internal and external works that haven't been included on the plans there that we've discussed or we know that would be required there. Examples are the light well has had some damage done to it. We haven't had any details submitted of that. Again, that would probably form part of the fire safety requirements. You'll likely need some kind of automatic smoke opening system on that. There's also things like the windows. Some of the sills are below levels that are required. There have been notes submitted with the application stating that they would have toughened glazing submitted in with that. But building standards don't generally allow that in residential properties. You would need to put in barriers generally on that. They're meant to be external, but in listed structures they'll normally be internal. But again, that's something we have to agree and look at. There's also a matter we've discussed previously with the water going into the building. They were looking for an external water pipe to go up the building, etc. We haven't had any details of that. So it's just all these wee pockets of detail in that. Given the outstanding information, we've not been able to conclude the assessment. I haven't had enough information to actually make a recommendation in terms of if the overall proposal would be acceptable or if it would be recommended for refusal there. So in this case, due to the outstanding information, we've had to move forward there for a recommendation to refuse the application there. And this is, as I say, just based on currently the lack of information that's been submitted there and the lack of justification that's also been included with the application.
Thank you for that, Stephen. I must admit that the sound, the sound's loud, but it's quite inaudible to hear some of what's been said. I don't know how members down there feel. You know, it's hard. Before I ask the two gentlemen to step up, could I maybe ask you just one question at this stage? This application, why is it two different applications? They come in at different times because everything sounds. You were saying yourself that they carry on.
No, there's basically a full application. So item 5 is the standard application. That covers mainly the change of use from the offices to the flatted dwellings. It also carries external works because it's in the conservation area. Along with that, because the buildings are category B listed building, they also require a listed building consent. The listed building consent is the external works and internal works. It includes, they generally run in tandem with each other because obviously one can affect the other. So any amendments or changes to one can then be required to be also be carried out in the other.
Okay, I think it was worthwhile asking you that because I think members will all be appreciating the fact that asking why the two weren't in one. Okay, then it's an opportunity now for the two gentlemen, Mr. Gill and Mr. Fotheringham, to step up. Just to let you know, you'll have 10 minutes between you, and then there'll be an opportunity for you to stay there, and members will have an opportunity to ask any questions. Okay, 10 minutes starting from now. Have the rest of them.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of these applications. We seek to sensitively convert and restore 1 Newmarket Street from vacant office space into 6 high-quality residential flats. I'd like to focus on 2 key aspects that I hope will address the concerns raised. Firstly, the suitability of the applicant to undertake the project, and secondly, how this proposal aligns with both national and local planning policy objectives. Mr. Fotheringham is not just another developer who is simply seeking to look to maximise profits. He is a dedicated conservationist and restoration specialist with extensive experience in bringing period buildings back to life. His credentials speak for themselves. He holds an MSc in Technical Building Conservation, a course taught by Historic Environment Scotland at Stirling University. This specialist qualification equips him with expert knowledge of heritage preservation, traditional materials, and best conservation practices. Beyond his academic experience, he is an active member of Falkirk May Friends, a local group dedicated to the conservation and heritage of Falkirk's built environment. His involvement in this group highlights his commitment to preserving the town's architectural history, not just as a professional, but as a passionate advocate for heritage conservation. His past restoration projects include several listed and period buildings, where he has demonstrated an ability to balance modern functionality with historical integrity. Those who have worked with him commend his attention to detail, his high standards of craftsmanship, and his ability to sensitively manage projects that respect the character of heritage assets. Unlike speculative developers who may prioritise profit over preservation, Mr. Fotheringham has a background that ensures that this project will be carried out with care, sensitivity, and deep respect for the building's historic significance. We fully appreciate the committee's responsibility to ensure that the developments uphold both Falkirk's heritage and its planning policies. This proposal does just that. It not only meets but exceeds these expectations by protecting a listed building in a conservation area, contributing positively to the streetscape by retaining the external appearance and architectural detailing as originally designed, preserving the building's historic integrity by carefully ensuring that materials and finishes match the original building. This support is fully supported by planning policies, including National Planning Framework for Policy 7, which supports sustainable uses for listed buildings when it ensures its long-term preservation. Local Development Plan 2 Policy PE 7, which encourages the reuse of listed buildings. Local Development Plan PE 08, which supports developments that enhance conservation areas. The proposal meets all of these aims to ensure that the building remains occupied, maintained, and relevant in Falkirk's town centre. The proposals will seek to enhance the town centre and housing supply while bringing new residents into the heart of Falkirk, which will increase footfall and contribute to the local economic activity, aligning with town centre regeneration goals. Conversion also supports National Planning Framework 4's 20-minute neighbourhood principle, encouraging sustainable urban living where residents can easily access daily services within walking distance. This is reinforced by National Planning Framework 4 Policy 16, which promotes repurposing vacant buildings to meet housing needs. It's also supported by Falkirk Local Development Plan 2, which supports residential conversions within town centres. To justify the change of use from offices, we would like to highlight that the demand for small office space has declined, particularly post-pandemic. Similar properties in Falkirk have remained vacant for extended periods, demonstrating the need for alternative uses. The Scottish planning system prioritises bringing vacant buildings back into sustainable use, and residential conservation is well established an effective strategy to achieve this. In conclusion, Mr. Fotheringham's background, qualifications and passion for conservation make him the ideal person to undertake this project in a way that respects Falkirk heritage. The application deserves your support because it's a long-term preservation of a listed building, brings much needed residential use to the town centre, meets both national and local planning requirements, and is led by conservation specialists with a proven track record. Urge the committee to approve this application and allow the skilled conservationist to breathe new life into one of Falkirk's historic buildings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gill. Mr. Fotheringham, you get anything to say at this stage? You've still got 3 minutes left before the questions come to you. Just say. Okay, I'm going to come in right away and just ask you. You heard the report. I hope everybody can understand what I'm saying, but you've heard the report from our officer, and what came over quite clearly was the fact that there was a lot of outstanding information that still needed. Can you maybe just let us know why this outstanding information hasn't been coming to our officer?
So we had, regards to a lot of the fire requirements, that's often handled at building standards stage. We had reached out to building standards, and they didn't have the capacity to offer pre-application advice. With regards to the financial viability, we don't believe that's appropriate. It's not something that the applicant is willing to undertake. And there's a lot of other listed buildings that have had conditions attached, and we believe a lot of these points can be handled via condition attached to the approval.
Other members want to come in at this stage? Councillor Forrest.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for your information. It's just to reiterate what the convener has asked. You have said that Mr. Fotheringham is an expert on doing listed buildings, etc. But there's a heck of a lot of information that's not been supplied here. The bit that concerns me is financial viability. Now, normally I don't bother too much about that, and if I think the developers can do it, let them get on and do it. But to make the building financially viable, it's got to have 6 flatted dwellings. But having 6 would be considered to constitute overdevelopment of the building. Has there been any talk about that?
So we have input from local estate agents who did an analysis of different options available for the building, and based off those kind of market conditions, it was determined that smaller units would be more desirable, and a property of that size, you need a garden if you have to maintain it as 1 unit essentially, and there just isn't the market there for that. So we did reach out to and submitted the letter from local estate agents confirming that.
That's what an estate agent says, but it's still overdevelopment as far as planning is concerned. It concerns me that you haven't actually responded to that. Goes on, the fire safety regulations. Considerable work would have to be done for each floor dwelling to require a great deal of work to ensure that the special historic features of the building are retained while meeting the current requirements for fire safety. No information has been given in relation to that either. And then stairwell doors. Now, this is a listed building. The council officers in the Historical Environment Scotland consider that the doors should have remained in situ, even if not all are used. There's a well-established practice for listed buildings. No information has been supplied to justify the approach and the removal of these removal of the doors and the blocking up of the buildings. And then further on, internal external works that have taken place to internal and externals to the building, all without the necessary planning consent in place. The unauthorised works constitute a criminal offence in Scotland due to the building being listed. And yet, you know, once again, we're still not getting any information about this.
May I, pardon me, Councillor, may I ask or deal with some of these questions? I'm at a loss as to know what the illegal works are to the external parts of the building. I've sought clarification on that. I've done nothing but follow Historic Environment Scotland best practice.
Okay. Could I then ask the planning officer to explain this for us? Would that be okay?
No.
Okay.
Come back to the office this
Okay.
finish the two gentlemen.
Okay.
With regards to the lack of information, I think that's very unfair to say there's a lack of information. There's been detailing submitted with regards to how we're going to manage the fire separation. A lot of this would be handled obviously at building warrant stage, but there has been details submitted. Whether or not they've been deemed as acceptable, it's unclear. There's certainly been a level of detailing submitted to answer the question with regards particularly to the fire separation between the units. Secondly, with regards to the stairwell, I appreciate there's a standard practice. We had concerns over the blocking up doors from behind from a fire safety perspective for Scottish Fire and Rescue upon entry. We were looking to work with the officer to confirm what level of retention would be required. A lot of the doors have been replaced and a lot of the historic doors have been lost, which we've done a detailed survey of and submitted as part of the application. A lot of them are modern fire doors, solid core fire doors. So the value in retaining these doors is nil as far as we're concerned from a historic point of view. It's about how we sensitively block up that doorway essentially. That's where we are with the doors, and anything I think on the upper floor was all modern fire doors, and we did propose reuse of some of these doors, some of the historic doors. We conducted a full survey of every door in the property and its style. We had an image of each door which was submitted and fire resistance and whether or not it was original to the building. So I don't think it's fair to say there's no detail being provided on this.
It's just a building being listed is entitled to proper care and consideration. And whether there's no physical reason why something can't be removed, there is also the aesthetics, because the building is no longer the way it was. Now, would you consider that you've had enough time to put this forward? Because we've just had the provost recuse himself on this matter because he had visited the site 2 years ago.
Of course, the timeliness of applications are a bugbear for the applicant also. I believe we've responded to each request for this information in a timely manner, which includes, as I said, full surveys of every window in the property, every door in the property, all the cornicing, all the skirting, all the historic features, and how we propose to handle keeping or retaining these. So I think the time factor is, I think it's unfair. I'm not saying that. I don't think we've taken too long to respond to these requests for the information, and I think it's really unfair to say that there's been no information submitted. You'll see from the documents that have been submitted online that that's not fair to say as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. I appreciate you saying that. You say that you have responded on time, but there's still at least 4 pieces of vital information not here. And it's a report that's saying you have not responded, you have not responded. So My apologies for asking you, but this is the game, you know. Thank you.
May I expand on the perceived lack of information regarding windows? The noise situation that's been mentioned today, that has never been mentioned in that way until we got to this stage. When we saw the report, that was the first time we'd seen that information. When what we had was fairly original, somewhere original, sash and case sliding windows. And the options were we could replace them with wooden ones. But I took the conservation way and restored what was there. When the conservation officer was there for a site visit, she's been out twice, I asked what could happen with the windows to improve them, to help with the sound and to provide more comfort and better insulation. And she said a special type of heritage double glazing panels. Basically take out the wood, modify the frame slightly and put the double glazing in instead of the original or the replaced glass. So we did that. I went out because some of the glass was falling out onto the pavement. I went out, bought the glass that she'd mentioned, the special expensive double glazing glass, got that put in, conserved the windows, submitted the drawings, and then we were asked to submit a different type of drawing for the window. So we did that, and then we were asked to submit a window survey. So we did that, and then we were asked another type of drawing for the windows. Then we did that, and we were asked to do another thing. 5 different lots of information. Everything just is so spread out. And when I've asked for clarification, I've been told the agent knows. When I've asked for more clarification, we're told the agent's already been told what's required. The answers we've been given are most of the information is these things, but there's other information that we're not telling you about what's required. It's been very frustrating that it's went on for so long. And with the windows as a typical example, when the first time we were asked to submit drawings, why were we not told you need this drawing, this survey, this drawing, another survey, and another survey? Why could we not have been told that all those 5 things at a time, rather than going on just the windows themselves for over 6 months? And now in this report saying there's, so I thought we'd fully satisfied all the windows in a conservation way, but now that we've got to this stage, there's new information that's required. Why has that not been asked for in the last 5 requests?
Okay, Mr. Fotheringham, we'll ask that question to officers when that period comes up. There's other members now want to ask questions. I'll go to Councillor Flynn, then Councillor Redmond and Councillor Sinclair. I see, puts that up on his right hand side.
All right. I don't think Councillor Flynn.
Councillor Redmond.
So it was the first question I had. Could you talk a bit about the kind of current use of the building? Is it entirely vacant? If it has been vacant, the parts it's been vacant, how long has it been vacant for? A bit about the current condition. You'd sort of mentioned it in your responses to Councillor Forrest that windows and things were falling out, but the current condition, and maybe a wee bit about if work doesn't start, how the condition will be affected, will go over time. Thanks.
Well, thank you. When I bought the property, there were several trees growing out of the wall. All the gutters were blocked. Some of the roof timbers, trusses were rotten. Some of the floor had already been replaced by the solicitors due to dry rot. The windows, some of them were falling out. Some had been boarded up. It's a horseshoe-shaped building, and inside the horseshoe part that you can't see from the street, all that had to be repointed. We repointed it with lime. Stones that were loose, we replaced them We took them out, rebedded them and put them back in. We've not introduced any new stone to the building. We've just used what was already there. There have been problems with the roof leaking and damaging the cornicing, and the building has been unused for several years before I bought it. The solicitors, Marshall Wilson, who used to own the middle, bottom and top of the building, they had problems letting out the building, and most of it being vacant. When I bought the property, I moved in into it so I could supervise things and take care of it. But if we hadn't done anything and we hadn't started the windows, there would have been more glass lying in the high street, and we'd have lost all the cornicing, or a lot of the cornicing in the upper floors, just through water penetration, and there would be more slates off the roof. Sarking was exposed. We've had to replace some sarking with traditional sarking. The building would have been even more of an eyesore than it was a couple of years ago. The solicitors did sell originally to traditional property developers, but they thought there was too much work, and they sold it actually at a loss to me. I have no connection with them apart from buying the building from them. They sold it at a loss to me to get it off their hands.
Okay, Councillor Redmond, any other questions?
Yeah, I've got one more quick, but just a quick follow-up question. Did you say that you said you moved into the building, or do you live in the building, or do you just mean when you went to the building?
I live in the building most of the time and go away at weekends.
All right, thanks. And then my final question was it was on the financial viability report, and I'll ask this sort of same question to officers, but what is your understanding of the financial viability report? Who would carry out this report, and what would qualify them to reach their opinion that it was financially viable or not? Obviously, we've heard that yourself, you're a restoration advocate for Falkirk, and you've done many of these projects before. So, what would qualify them to know it's financially viable over your experience and all the good work that you've done previously?
It's been a mystery, actually, what sort of financial viability report was required. We've seen clarification on that, or some clarification on that, and I was advised to look at policies which have links to the English planning system, and the examples seem to be for developers funding roundabouts and new schools and such like. I've sought clarification, and I need to get a financial report from someone who is qualified, but the qualifications that they need it's very unclear as to what they are, or what the real objective of the financial side of things is. When the conservation officer was out for their second visit, this talk of overdevelopment was mentioned, and I can't understand what the actual problem is. I brought up the topic. I've had another flat in the past, and it was just invaded by residents. All their friends were staying in it, and it was just too much pressure on the flat, and the flat just really got destroyed through too many people being in a small flat. And I said, is that the sort of thing you mean? Is there too much people going to be in the building that'll be sort of wearing it out? And I was told, no, that's not what we mean. But I'm not here to discuss that, and I'm not going to answer that just now. So the overdevelopment side of things, there's loads of facilities round about that are underutilised, that we're trying to bring more people into the high street. I want to save the building. There's 2 small flats that seem to be the least controversial, because there's never been much historic features inside the building where the two small flats are. But the small flats are 3 times as large as the minimum flat you can have. So there'll be good flats that are far bigger than sort of the small rabbit hutches or pigeonholes that a standard developer could put in. And regarding the concept of overdevelopment, one of the consultees was Historic Environment Scotland, and they were consulted in the normal way at the start of the process by the planning department, and Historic Environment Scotland they had no objections to the application for 6 flats in the property. They have said that we should be maintaining or retaining the historic features and work that's there, and that's what we're doing. And then the planning department sought more input from Historic Environment Scotland, and so there was another site visit, and I've not been party to the discussions because I was told that they're not there to discuss anything with me during the visit. But Historic Environment Scotland have reinforced their earlier view that they are not unsupportive of the proposal to turn into 6 flats. So I don't know what this concept of overdevelopment might be.
Okay then, does that answer your question, Councillor Redmond?
Yeah, I think, see, maybe just a very, very brief follow-up one. If you had to say, they said you're only allowed to build 4 flats in this, would that seriously jeopardise the financial viability of the project for you?
Yes. If I was trying to make this, it's going to be touch and go whether it is financially viable, as it is. But if I'd been trying to maximise profit, I would have been I would have segregated the parts of the building and just dealt with one part at a time and tried to have as many flats as possible. But I'm not trying to do that. The property had failed traditional estate agents prior to me purchasing it. It had failed the auction system because nobody was wanting to buy it. It had been at auction several times. They couldn't get a buyer, even taking a loss on the building. And I stepped in because I wanted to retain the features and do it properly.
Okay, thank you for that. I think you answered the question. Hey, Councillor Sinclair, sorry to keep you, sir.
It's all right, I'll try and be as brief as I can. Just very, very quickly on the back of something that's just been said about Historic Environment Scotland would be content if the historical features of the building were retained. It doesn't look as if that information is contained in the report in relation to the stairwell doors, which are believed to be a historical feature. I wonder if the applicant and his agent could perhaps expand on that very briefly, first of all.
Just to confirm, many of the doors are not historic. We conducted a door survey and I can't remember the exact number.
There's actually one door in the building. So there's the front door and we're keeping that. That's not controversial. There was one door in the building that was original, and that was the door to the former toilets. The reason it was kept by the previous occupants was because you don't have fire regulations for a bathroom door, but every other door in the building had been, apart from cupboard doors, all the other main room doors had been replaced with slab fire doors. We have kept all the slab fire doors we're actually keeping, and all the other original Victorian 4-panel doors we've kept, and we're using them for wardrobe doors or other sort of internal doorways in the building where there isn't the fire regulation, the same fire regulation requirements. So inside the house, you don't need the fireproof doors, but we have kept them all, and we've introduced other 4-panel Victorian doors from other parts of the country to try and get the doors to blend in with the original house where possible.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Sinclair?
Yep, a couple of follow-ups, convener, and I will try and be brief. I think I might actually ask officers in a bit about that specific point, because there's a part in the report that seems to be contradicting what is being said here. So I'll pick that up with officers in a wee bit. So coming back to talk about the application more generally, I think Mr. Gill read out a list at the beginning of his deputation about restoration and expertise in restoration and conservation. So my question directly to both here would be, given this experience in restoration and conservation, would you not agree then that the information that's required as part of this application, that seems to be the information, we don't have sufficient information, not that there's no information, we don't have sufficient information. Would you agree that if more of this information had been provided, we'd have a better report to look at and therefore could have made a more informed determination today?
I don't agree with that. I think there's many other applications in and around the high street that have far less information submitted that have achieved approval.
And just a quick follow-up then, we only deal with the report that's in front of us today, and the application that's in front of us today. I don't think that any of these applications that you perhaps refer to have quite the sensitivity, location and listing attached to them. And as has been mentioned, there's a significant amount of information that's not available to members today in the committee to look at in the finer detail. And I think that's I'm not getting 100% of what's coming through here. I think that there's more questions to ask, convener, but I think I'll keep them for officers at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, sir. Are there no other questions from members both here and online? You gentlemen then could maybe take your seats. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back, first of all, I know there's a number of questions going to be coming from members to officers, but I'm going to go back to the report by Stephen McClure. Stephen, you've heard what the questions have been put to the two gentlemen, a lot of information that came from both sides, a lot of questions. Have you got a sort of overview of what you've been listening to? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, convener. So in terms of the financial viability report, I'll just start with that first of all. That would normally be done by a chartered surveyor or the likes. We have provided that information. We can give out an actual or recommend someone to do it. We're not obviously able to do that as officers, but we have provided the information to the agent on several occasions in terms of what would be required. But that's required in this case because the 6 flats that are being proposed would, at the moment, they would affect the historic fabric of the building internals, so some of the features that are remaining. So they have to show us in terms of for policy and guidance. In terms of historic buildings, if you're converting a listed building, you should be looking to either retain or restore the original features, bring back principal rooms where possible, take away basically detrimental alterations that have been done in the past. Just to let you know, I've been working on these in the Falkirk Town Centre for just under 20 years now. I haven't ever actually had to refuse one that I can remember. I've always worked with architects and agents. You do have to provide a whole host of information for listed structures. That is just part of the process because they're so detailed. They have so much requirements in terms of policy and protection. We just haven't received that. We just haven't had the normal amount of data that's come in. And that's why we've asked. We have provided that information over and over to the applicant and agent there. We've been out on numerous site visits, more than normal as well. In terms of, they did put something in from an estate agent, but that's not viable from what we would actually require. Obviously, if you ask an estate agent if they want 4 flats or 6 flats to sell, they'd obviously look for the higher number generally. But in terms of listed structures in the town centre, we've done many conversions. I've had conversions of very small 1-bedroom apartments. I've had 4-bedroom apartments. I've had whole units being converted into a single house. They're all different, and so they provide a variety, obviously, of different occupancies for different sale within the town centre there as well. A bit of background as well on this one. This isn't the first time this application we've spoken about this building. Mr. Foyngham, the owner, actually first came to us looking to convert it into one property for himself. He then got involved with the town centre upper floors grant scheme, which the council were going to pay for all your professional fees and everything to the point of the application. That was basically from the council. We were providing that to help with some of the tougher upper floors that are owned by property owners, to help them basically design a scheme. So you actually got direct access to a conservation accredited architect firm, which in this case was ZM Architecture in Glasgow. They designed 2 schemes initially, or looked at the viability of 2 schemes for the building, taking into account the design of the building, the policies, etc., that go with that. So that one of them, they primarily said that it would be best converted to 1 unit, but they could look to possibly create 3 flats out of it. Now, Miss Foyngham then pulled out of that scheme. I'm not sure why, and left that. It went a little bit quiet, and then the next thing we got these 2 applications in that we currently have, which is for 6 apartments. We haven't had any. Didn't have any pre-application discussion or any thoughts prior to that on the 6. So the 6 have come into us. It was lacking in a huge amount of information initially. We have received quite a lot of additional information in, but it is just standard information that we do require throughout the process of listed building. And as I say, we still don't have the information that would allow us to include. We don't have any issues in terms of the conversion upper floors is great in Falkirk. We've done many conversions upper floors to residential, and it is a good thing to use these. We don't have in terms of policy, we don't have any issues with that. It's just in this particular case, as I say, that we don't have the information to allow us to actually make our final decision on these. So it could be that if we get all this information in, that we do find it is acceptable and we can work with them to actually grant the applicant or make a recommendation to grant. Opposite way round, it might still be that it's considered that it is overdevelopment of the site. It's affecting the building too much in terms of the historic fabric, and we might still have to make a recommendation to refuse. But we just don't have the information in front of us to actually allow me as officer to actually conclude that as well. In terms of the internal and external works, there is a lot of unauthorised works, and Mr. Foyngham has been carrying out, I think maybe 4 or 5 times, we as council have to ask the works to halt on site. It is a criminal offence in Scotland if you don't have consent in place with a listed building if you carry out works. Some of the things I've heard today are actually additional to what I know has actually occurred in the building. So again, that's more works that have occurred. Some works you might not necessarily need full listed building consent for. You should come into the authority though, because we would need to know the kind of what's happening. Even if it's like for like, we would still need to know the kind of method that's occurring and what's actually happening. It might just be we agree it in writing only, but we have a record of that on file to show that. The fire, we don't have any details of the fire. I don't know what, there is some details obviously of maybe separation walls and things just in general, but that's not related specifically to the fire protection system that is required in the building. 2 years ago when I was walking around the building with them, I spoke to the agent about that in particular, because it's such a huge part of these buildings now. It takes up a huge amount of my time. Conservation officer is online today as well, and Ruth Simpson, myself, I would say it's probably 50% of the time now in listed structures we spend going back and forth with architects and agents trying to design these schemes, because they just are so individual to each building. They take up an awful lot of time because you've got to try and balance it all up in terms of protecting the likes of maybe historic fabric, especially like cornicing if that remains, because you maybe have to lower the roof, so there has to be a step system. You have to bring pipe work in, so there has to be nozzles and sprays and things. You didn't used to have to do that. It's all kind of came out originally, I think, from Grenfell and what came out of that. So these items take up a huge amount of our time there. The door issue in the stairwell, it's not necessarily that it's historic doors that remain, and as they say, a lot of historic doors were lost in that building. It's the pattern of the doors, because it's a design feature in the building. So when you go in, it's a grand staircase, essentially. It's a beautiful staircase, actually. It goes up to a really fantastic light well. It's a great building in terms of that centre point. There's a pattern all the way up of door wells and doors in the stairs. And it's the pattern that Historic Environment Scotland and ourselves and our own conservation officer and all of us are looking to be retained. That's not uncommon in listed buildings. I'm sure many of you have been in listed properties where you go up and there's lots of nice doorways and stairs and patterns. And it's just that if they don't all have to be used, they would just remain in situ and stay. But as I say, we haven't agreed or been able to agree anything on those points yet as well. The windows. Again, the windows have had a lot of unauthorised works done to them. A lot of them were taken out without consent in place, putting in new glazing, things like that. We don't have any specific information on the glazing that's been put in. We do have a certain amount of information on the windows. We haven't been asking 5 or 6 times for that. I don't know where that's came from. We asked initially. I think we've only had kind of one. We didn't have detail on the windows, and we then did get the details in the windows. But that's all. I've only had kind of one set of information as far as I can remember in that as well. In terms of responses, at times, I mean, it's the agent that's been asking for extensions of time. The last lot of extensions there were, I think it was 3 or 4 months of extensions to provide this information, and then all of a sudden they just said they weren't going to provide the information, and so that just left us with no alternative but to take it forward to a recommendation to refuse at this stage as well there. And I think that's taken us obviously to where we're at today. So it's just that, as I say, it's not necessarily that the building wouldn't be acceptable to convert across. At the moment, yes, the 6 flats are damaging the fabric in terms of the historic fabric to a greater extent than would be considered acceptable. So that is why it's considered overdevelopment there. And a lesser development might be more acceptable and more suitable for the building. But at the moment, I can't even say that or the current, as I say, 6 flats would be accepted or not, because I just don't have the information. It's too much to condition. You can condition certain things in listed structures. It'd be more though about maybe finalising a method or maybe finalising material. These are huge pieces of work, and particularly the fire safety requirements that physically affects the building on every floor, from, as I say, the public areas to each apartment. I'll need a design, and as I say, that we don't have anything on that. We haven't had any detail or really any discussion on that. And as I say, that needs to come in. So there just seems to be a kind of maybe lack of understanding of the listing building in particular in terms of the requirements. And as I said, they do require a lot more than, as I say, a standard building would. But as I say, we get plenty of listed buildings, and we've got plenty in Falkirk. There's one just been granted round the corner from this one. It's for a full floor, for example. It's a 4-bedroom with a cinema room and everything, so it's quite a grand one. So there is a market for all different types of structures and buildings in the town centre. And as I say, it's just this one. It is the lack of information that we've really struggled on. And that's why we also asked Historic Environment Scotland to come back out. That's quite unusual, but we just asked them to come out to actually view it again to get a second opinion. They haven't objected to it because they wouldn't normally object to, just for that background. It's very rare they would object to a building unless it was a category A building normally or similar. But they have specifically put comments in that we have to take into account because they are a statutory consultee, and they have noted in terms of historic fabric should remain and not be removed or damaged where possible in the building. And that's where we're trying to get to at the moment.
Stephen, can I say I'd like to congratulate you on that very fulsome summary and overview of what's going on and what's happened. I'm going back to Councillor Sinclair for questions, and then Councillor Redmond, I think, wants to ask a question again. Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks, convener. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you perfect.
Great. Yeah, I think I want to follow up, and I'm not sure if it would be directly to Stephen as the planning officer in this case, or if the conservation officer responsible is with us today. But it was purely about the information that came out there about the stairwell doors within the answer that was given. I think I'm not clear in my own mind about because there seems to be a difference of opinion here between what is considered a stairwell door and the actual physical door. So I wonder if more information can be given to help me understand that, because I'm not seeing sufficient information coming out from this discussion here to give me more to get into where this is concerned. I think that concerns me more than anything here.
Is Ruth online, or Ruth? Yes, Ruth, could you maybe answer Councillor Sinclair's question there?
Morning, convener. Morning, planning committee. Yes, I am online, and I've been listening to all the comments with a little bit of concern in some cases. But maybe if I can just make the committee and everyone in attendance understand that in terms of listed buildings, principal spaces are very important, and that is covered by national and local policy. Principal spaces are like the main rooms, main original rooms, the footprint, the original plan form of the building, and stairwells are considered to be a key issue. Now, what is muddying the water and concerning me here is hearing that works have been carried out by Mr. Fotheringham to replace doors in the stairwell. My recall of site visits, and I think we could possibly demonstrate that by photographs, my recollection was there were a number of period original doors in the stairwell that were present. Now, I'm hearing Mr. Fotheringham state that he's carried out unauthorised works, I should say, to remove doors. He's saying there were modern doors. My recall was in the lower levels, perhaps not the topmost level, there were all the doors in the stairwell were original doors. And if you take into consideration the detailing, the stairwell, the balusters, the light well, accompanied by original doors, that creates a sort of set piece of an original listed building interior. And that is why we've made the comments we've made about retention of the doors in the stairwell. It's a common practice, as my colleague Stephen McClure has stated, to, in a listed building, retain and have as false doors, original doors within a stairwell. National policy requires that listed buildings are enhanced and protected. And there are many aspects of the two proposals that we're talking about today that fail to enhance and protect the listed building. And that's from my professional and fairly lengthy experience dealing with listed buildings. So I hope that answers that aspect.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution. I'll go back. Councillor Sinclair, any other questions?
Many questions, but
Right.
I don't think I'll get sufficient answers to them today. And I think it's more from the fact that the point I'm trying to make here is that officers can only go on the information that they have, and it doesn't seem that there's sufficient information to give to us as a committee, and I think that's what I find very frustrating about this one. So I will keep my questions
Right.
now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Redmond, you got a further question?
Thanks. Yeah, I would not normally what I do with these applications is I go into the council's website and I try and look at the drawings and pictures and things before, but I think everyone will be the same. The council's website seems to have had some upgrade or something in the last 8 days and it's not working. So I was wondering, can we see the drawings, and is there any maybe information or pictures being uploaded of the staircase on the planning portal? Because I can't access the planning portal right now, unfortunately. So I was wondering if officers could maybe share that.
Yeah, we're asking at the moment.
Yeah, there's floor plans you can see. I don't know if we've got anything specific on the stairwell, but I have actually got an issue with some of the images. And we do have some images, but I don't know if I've got one of the stairwell itself. Yeah.
So this is existing. What's here already?
Yeah.
I think it's existing and proposed. I think the existence is small and the proposed is the larger.
You want to carry on with your question?
Yeah, that's ideal. Thanks. Is there parking available at the property?
There's not parking available. It's standard, to be honest, in the town centre, especially historic town centre. They don't require parking.
And then, but like Councillor Sinclair, I could ask loads of questions, but I think I'll just ask a wee bit of clarity on the. We're saying that some of the works that's been carried out is possibly illegal. Could you just confirm? Because when Mr. Fodringham was talking, some of the work he was talking about sounded like basic maintenance, like windows, smashed window had been replaced and brick point had been done. But so basically, what we're saying is when there's basic maintenance on a listed building, it's still prudent to go to the planning team and seek guidance on the maintenance. Is that the case, or am I picking that up wrong?
No, in general, yeah, depending on the maintenance, obviously, and the extent of it, but you're always best to speak to us about it, because as again, it could be that something's been done in the past. If you're doing pointing, for example, it could be that they've used concrete or similar, and then you wouldn't be allowed to obviously do that again and replace it with that, so you wouldn't be able to do like for like in it, etc. So it's listed buildings just there can be so many historic things that have been done to the building that it's just a matter of getting the details into us of what actually has occurred and what needs to maybe be repaired or fixed. And sometimes that can trigger a listed building consent. Other times it can just be done in writing only, and we'll just have a record on file against the property and it's ensured obviously the works are done with acceptable materials and design.
Right. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, then we'll go to Billy Kerr. I believe he's got his light on.
Thanks, Convener. Three points to start with. Firstly, there's been a lot of discussion regarding what was there, what's no there. And it's just a pity the Provost took himself out of this, because he asked for an opportunity to go to a site visit. And I think if we'd have got to see the thing and see the full building before we had this conversation, a lot of the questions could have been answered. Two, if we'd have got to see the drawings in our pack, would have been advantageous, so you can see exactly what's proposed. Three, and I say at every planning committee meeting, photographs tell 1,000 words. If we had photographs to show exactly stairwells, rooms, doors, windows, how easy it would have been to come to a decision. So I'm sick that we didn't go to site to get a better opportunity to have a look at it and see all the aspects of the full development.
Yeah. Totally agree with you, Billy Kerr. I was waiting for all the debate to finish, and then I was going to formally move to sites, but also to say to our officers that there'll be an opportunity then to make contact with the applicant or the applicant's agent to try and get more information during that period that we have a site visit and then come back to committee. So I'll formally move sites. Councillor Forrest?
I would quite happily second that. I would ask, though, that sufficient time is given to the applicant to supply the information that is missing. Yeah. And that way, when we resume, we have the drawings, the photographs, we've got our own knowledge of the place, and the information that is currently missing.
Yeah, here. How do the other members? Councillor Sinclair, did you have your light up there? No?
Yes, Convener, I do. just to come in on the back of both yourself and Councillor Forrest, I think it would be the pragmatic solution here would be to move this to continuation in order to carry out a site visit. But I think I'm concerned by the information that's come forward so far that a site visit might to view, for example, the visual aspects of the site may only be for the exterior of the building. I think we should request that we get access to the interior of the building to see, if that's possible, to see exactly what we're talking about here, because I think the majority of the works and the majority of the information that's required is to the internals rather than to the externals. We're talking about the conversion of a current listed building in the town centre. We're not going to see the inside of it if we're just standing at the front of it, and I think it's important to do that. I would be in favour of a continuation in order to carry out a site visit, but I think it's important that committee is offered the opportunity to see the internals.
Well, you're quite right, but I mean, it would be farcical to go and stand outside that door when we're sitting here discussing areas within the building. So I'm just going back that I don't think there wouldn't be an opportunity for that, Stephen.
They could, I mean, it's up to if the applicant and agent can make the building secure enough for a site visit. Obviously, so when the Provost was first in it, it was an empty shell. It's not at the moment. The last time I was in it, it's filled with materials. They've done lots of things in the building. You're kind of clambering over bits and pieces. So it'd be up to the applicant and agent to make that secure enough for a visit.
Well, that would be the request. I've formally moved and seconded by Councillor Forrest that we go on a site visit. The reason for the site visit is to see the external but also the internal area that's included in this application. Do members agree to that?
Agreed.
Right, I'll put Mr Henderson on at the moment in terms of legalities regarding the submission.
Sorry for coming in, convener, but I was just wanting to confirm exactly what the motion is, and my notes from what was said there was to continue consideration of the application to a future meeting in order to conduct a site visit, being a physical inspection of the building, including the interior of the building, and also to allow an opportunity for officers to liaise with the applicant in relation to any outstanding information on the application. Is that?
That's fine. The members happy with that?
Can we add regarding a copy of the drawings on our pack so we understand what's been proposed? Because at the moment we're hypothetically what we're not seeing nothing. So all I'm asking is if that can be added into the pack, and any photos that's taken from now to then can be added onto the
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. I think that can be added as a note to the decision, if that is the decision of the committee at this point. That and I think what you're saying is that the pack that would be provided for a site visit would include the appropriate drawings and technical information. Thank you.
The members all agreed then?
Agreed.
Agreed, thank you. That takes us to item 6, which is conversion and alteration from office class duty form 6 platted dwellings at 1 Newmarket Street, Falkirk, from Mr John Fotheringham. It's pages 46 to 57, but I think because of the last decision, I think I would formally move sites and the same situation in relation to the last. Would the members agree to that?
Agreed.
Okay. Okay then, thank you very much for that. Now that takes us to item 7, construction of dwelling house at land at Hillhen Farm. Okay. Right. Thank you for that. That takes us to item 7, construction of dwelling house at land at Hillhen Farm, Mosscastle Road, Slamanna.
Provost, right, convener. So waiting on Provost and Councillor Bowes come back.
Okay, members, we'll reconvene. That takes us to item 7 on your agenda this morning. Construction of dwelling house at land at Hill End Farm, Moscastle Road, Slamanna for Mr Barry Kelly. It's pages 58 to 72. Now, when this was called in, it was called in by Bailey Kerr. Bailey Kerr asked to see the physicality, and I would just like to ask at this stage, Bailey Kerr, whether you're moving to sites.
I would request that, convener.
I'm quite happy to second that. Is there any member got any other view? Bailey Kerr's asking it to go to sites. Bailey Kerr called it in. Thinks it would be beneficial for the committee to see the physicality of this site. Councillor Kelly.
Agreed.
Have agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Now we'll have a comfort break at this time. That's 20 past. We'll have a comfort break till 11:30. 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, members, we're reconvening the meeting. We're now going to item 8, which is modification of planning obligation attached to planning permission, comprising revisions to the triggers for education contributions at land to the west of 21 Old Mill Way, Kirkland Drive, Stonywood for McTaggart and Nicol. It's pages 73 to 79 on your agenda papers, and the report is by Brent Vivian. Thank you, Brent.
Thank you, Convener. The application site is the former Karen Grove paper mill site in Stonywood. The paper mill buildings have long since been demolished, and the first phases of redevelopment of the site for housing have been completed, consisting of 27 affordable housing units and 48 mainstream units. The listed building on the site, which is Karen Grove House, has also been restored and redeveloped for flats. This application seeks to modify the Section 75 planning obligation for the development by adjusting the triggers for the 4th and 5th education payments. So they are due not on anniversary dates, but upon completion of the 92nd and 116th mainstream units, and also to remove the requirement for the last payment to be made by 5 years of occupation of the first mainstream unit. The reason for the proposed modification is to rationalise the payment dates so they are linked to the occupation of units rather than to the passage of time, and so ensure that the remaining payments are made to the council at times which relate to the impact of the proposed housing on the education capacity. The application requires consideration by the committee because the original planning application, which was submitted in 2008, was determined by the committee. The application has been assessed against the relevant development plan policies and the tests under Scottish Government Circular 3/2012 that have to be met for a Section 75 planning obligation. In terms of those tests, it is concluded that the planning obligation as it currently stands is not reasonable in all respects, as the timing of some of the education payments is not linked to the completion of dwelling houses, such that the planning obligation cannot be seen to fairly and reasonably relate to the impact of the proposed housing on education capacity. Linking the triggers for the payments to completion or occupation of the dwellings rather than to anniversary dates would align with current practice. Furthermore, it is considered that the proposed new triggers for payment are fair and reasonable. It is therefore recommended that the planning obligation be modified as requested. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Brent. I'm going to open it up. Is there any members get anything in relation to, I'm looking at White's, Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. I'm not entirely against this, but I do have a question to ask on it, because if we move to this, at the moment there's set times when obviously Section 75 gain would be paid. If this site was to stall now, would the indices move with it, or is this now a fixed sum? And I'm using it, and I'm not saying it's the same as Kinnaird, but I'm using the example of Kinnaird where the last section was built, and the Section 75 value of that was something like £5,000. If it had been at today's, it would have been closer to £100,000. But are we protected with that? In a sense, I'm not against the change, but I just want to make sure we're protected.
Yes, we are protected. The Section 75 includes indexation from the date of the minded to grant decision. So the indexation applies at the moment in terms of the triggers and would continue to apply with the proposed changes to the triggers.
Okay, with that then I would happily move recommendations.
Thank you.
I would happily second that.
Did Daily Care have his light on?
Just a question. similar to Councillor Bowes. I take it from the planning history, there's 182 either homes or flats. When do we think it will be complete? Ben?
Well, there's a total of 75 completions on the site just now. There's a live application with us submitted last year, and that's for 123 units. So that's under consideration at the moment. It's difficult to say in terms of when that application will be determined, or when the development would proceed to conclusion. But certainly, you know, the indications are through the current live application that the applicant is keen to move on and build out the remaining phases of the development.
I'll bring you in, Mr. Broadley.
Thanks, Convener. Through you, it was just an answer to Bailey Kerr's question. My colleague Catherine Devlin's here and maybe able to shed some light on the housing land side of things. Catherine.
Thank you. Yeah, the housing land pipeline and the housing land audit indicates that it could potentially start in 2026. Obviously, that depends on the consenting process, and complete probably 2030.
Oh, thank you very much. I don't know if that's the right question there, because what we're saying is the section 75 that we're trying to vary. Is that for the proposal that's in at the moment, or is that the proposal that's been granted?
It's for the section 75, which is attached to the original planning permission. In terms of the live application, there would have to be some further amendments to the section 75 to accommodate that live application. So it would be anticipated that in the future there will be another application for section 75 modification to accommodate the current application to be determined.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brent. I'm asking maybe stupid questions here. So the 75 houses that's already been granted, this is the section 75 that we're asking for, and we're asking for to move or vary that section 75.
Yes, we're looking to. The proposal is to modify some of the trigger dates for payments of the education contributions, so they're aligned not to anniversary dates, but to occupation dates for the houses, you know, still to be built out.
Yeah, thank you. Well, 75, we've given permission for 75, but it's saying when we get to number 92 and 116. So if we've only granted for 75, how do we get to 92 and 116?
Well, the original application was actually for 182 units, I recall, in total. So there is a permission in place already for a significant number of units. So, you know, the threshold payment dates obviously tie into the ultimate number of units which will be built on the site.
Thank you. I knew it was me being stupid. I knew that, but thanks, Brent.
Okay, then, just to clarify, we have a motion moved and seconded to who? Councillor Colley? Yes, thank you.
Yes, thanks. And this might be equally a stupid question, but I wonder if officers can advise. Does this have implications in terms of further applications? Bearing in mind we're seeking to vary this quite substantially to relate it not to anniversaries but to occupation dates. And I just wondered if there's wider implications that we need to think about.
Well, I touched on that earlier. There is a live application, so it's anticipated that there will have to be a further application to modify the Section 75 to cover the current application. But you know, the basic premise will remain where at certain points through the development, the education payments will be required. So there's no fundamental change in relation to that. It's just changing the actual points in time where those payments would be made relative to the overall build out process.
I suppose that I'm sorry, I probably wasn't clear. I'm probably thinking wider, and that it's not necessarily just about this application or applications in relation to this particular development, but in relation to a principle, that if we're changing the Section 75 to be around occupation date rather than anniversary dates for this particular development, does that have implications going forward in terms of other developments in the district?
Well, we're going to bring Mr. Henderson in at this
Thank
stage.
you.
I see your point.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Colley. In my experience, the trigger dates are normally based on the occupancy points. When I read this report, I was slightly surprised. We had one, and it's slightly historic. It's an older Section 75 agreement that referred to, I think, occupancy and a timescale. So I think we would find the vast majority of the Section 75s we've agreed will be based on a trigger being the point of occupation of the X number of house within the development. So thank you, Councillor Colley, but it's a very good question.
Okay, have we got any further questions? Okay, we have, just to clarify, we have a motion moved and seconded that this committee agrees to modify the Section 75 planning application on the application before us. Everybody agreed to that? Thank you very much. Okay, then that takes us to item 9 on your agenda papers today. Construction of visitor centre to include information, exhibition space, arts and crafts workshop, restrooms, cafe and retail area, and up to 82 dwelling houses and associated works at land to the west of Brackenbear House, Cemetery Road, AF, for George Russell Construction Limited. The report is by Brent Vivian and it's pages 80 to 141. Before I bring Brent in, just to say an application has been made by Mr. David Jones and Mr. Julian Farrar, the agents to be received as a deputation to be heard in respect of this item of business. In accordance with Standing Order 33, the committee shall decide whether to hear the deputations. I'm quite happy. How do the members feel? Agreed. Okay, fine. Now you ask Brent to come forward with the report. Thank you, Brent.
Gemma, can I just firstly ask you to put up the, or Jim, is it the indicative master plan, just so we've got that on show if we need to refer to it. Okay, so members will recall that this application seeks planning permission in principle for the construction of a visitor centre and up to 82 dwelling houses, and is a major development. And a predetermination hearing was held on the 30th of April last year. And the committee has visited the site at least twice that I can recall. The principal use proposed for the visitor centre is a cafe, with other proposed uses being a tourist information and display area, an arts and craft workshop and a retail area. The proposed housing is it's proposed to cross-fund the visitor centre. There's an extensive report before you today. It's assumed that members will have read the report, so I intend to confine my presentation to a few pertinent points by way of summary. The application is essentially a repeat application of an application submitted in 2021, which was refused by the committee on the 15th of February 2023. The refusal reasons included that the application was contrary to policies of the development plan relating to development in the countryside, placemaking, heritage assets, landscape impacts, and sustainable travel. The full planning history is set out in section 3 of the report. While the current application is a repeat application essentially, it does contain some changes from the previous application. And these are outlined in paragraph 3.6 of the report. These changes include larger green spaces, realignment of the B9124 more directly to the proposed new roundabout on the A Road, and siting of the development works, including the proposed visitor centre further south. The changes to the indicative road layout have been enabled by the applicant acquiring the Category B listed East Lodge. As detailed at the predetermination hearing, the Earth Parish Community Council support the application, subject to certain assurances from the developer, and a total of 285 public representations were received, comprising of 194 objections and 91 representations in support. The extensive submissions by the Community Council are summarised in section 5 of the report, and the wide-ranging matters raised in the public representations are summarised in section 6. At the predetermination hearing in April last year, the committee requested further information, which is summarised in paragraph 2.2 of the report. Responses to the further information requests are also provided in paragraph 2.2, with cross-references to other parts of the report provided where appropriate in relation to those further information requests. The report sets out a comprehensive assessment of the application against the relevant development plan policies and considers the relevant material considerations. As members are aware, an application is to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material planning considerations indicate otherwise. Members will also be aware that the decision maker is required to weigh up all relevant policies as well as relevant material considerations in applying a balanced planning judgment. The conclusion as set out in the report is that the application does not accord with the development plan, and there are no material considerations to outweigh the terms of the development plan, which, as the committee know, now comprises NPF4 and LDP2. While the proposal offers potential benefits such as economic and employment benefits and provision of community and visitor facilities, such benefits are not considered to outweigh the development plan. Fundamentally, as a repeat application, it remains the case that the proposal is for development out with the village limits, within the countryside and on greenfield land, and does not meet the circumstances to support new business and housing development in the countryside. It remains the case that the proposed visitor centre can best be understood as a standalone business enterprise intended principally as a cafe and retail destination, which it is argued doesn't require a countryside location. And it is in fact principally a cafe and retail destination rather than a dedicated integral visitor facility for the Pineapple. In addition, it remains the case that the proposed visitor centre and associated infrastructure represent a significant intervention within the design landscape. There are wider landscape impacts and sustainable travel concerns. And the scale of the development proposed to cross-fund the proposed visitor centre is significant. While essentially a repeat application, there are some changes from the previous application and some changes in circumstances. However, it's not considered that these changes would justify a different outcome from the committee's previous decision to refuse planning permission. The changes in circumstances are listed in paragraph 7b.13 of the report, and they are that NPF4 is now part of the development plan. The applicant has acquired the Category B listed East Lodge. National Trust for Scotland have not objected to the current application, and the Earth Parish Community Council support the current application, subject to certain assurances from the developer. While the National Trust for Scotland have not objected to the current application, they have reiterated that there are no plans for any partnership regarding the operation of the visitor centre. Furthermore, no evidence accompanies the application to demonstrate a working relationship with the Trust to secure the measures suggested by the applicant in relation to the provision of additional infrastructure at the Pineapple and operational management and maintenance measures. In terms of NPF4, it is not considered that the new national framework would lead to a different outcome from the committee's previous decision. NPF4 strengthens the plan-led approach. Members will recall the previous two planning committee meetings where the new approach to housing land supply was explained, and I will ask Catherine to explain that new approach just now.
Thank you. So the report makes references to changes to planning policy with regard to housing and housing land supply, which have emerged through NPF4 and have been clarified by last year's Court of Session decision on the judicial review at Moss End in West Lothian. And I'll briefly cover those changes. Under previous Scottish Government policy, as reflected in LDP policy HC01, there was a requirement to maintain a 5-year supply of effective housing land. In the event of a shortfall in the 5-year supply, the so-called exceptions provision within that policy could allow sites not allocated in the LDP to be supported where they were considered to constitute sustainable development. NPF4 Policy 16 has removed the concept of the 5-year effective land supply and the requirement to maintain such supply. There is a stronger emphasis on allocated plan-led sites with land not allocated for housing only allowed in very limited circumstances. Section F of Policy 16 sets out those limited circumstances. And Part 3 introduces the concept of a deliverable housing land pipeline, which is to be established in LDP delivery programmes and provides a view on the phasing of housing allocations. This part of the policy is designed to facilitate the bringing forward of additional sites only where the speed of delivery of existing sites, only where the speed of delivery of existing sites is substantially faster than anticipated in the housing land pipeline, with reference to the housing land audit. The deliverable housing land pipeline has now been completed based on the current housing land audit. This sets out an indication of delivery on allocated local plan sites. It can be compared against completions in due course, but evidence from previous housing land audits indicates that this is a situation which does not prevail at the current time in the Falkirk Council area, and completions are certainly expected to be similar to the pipeline rates. To conclude, In the Moss End Judicial Review, Miller Holmes advanced the view that Policy 16 was inoperable pending the preparation of new style local development plans, and that in the meantime the LDP exception policies should continue to be used. The Court of Session ruling did not accept this interpretation and confirmed that the old exceptions policies were no longer applicable. MPF 4 Policy 16 is therefore the relevant policy to apply, and Section F of that policy is the section relevant to non-allocated sites. LDP Policy HC 01 is not considered compatible with it and should be treated as superseded. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. I've not much else to say at the moment. Convener, just obviously to highlight that the application is recommended for refusal in the report for the reasons detailed in section 9 of the report. I would also just highlight that we do have a number of specialist officers on hand to assist in fielding any questions, including specialisms in relation to heritage and urban design, outdoor access, transport planning and housing. And there's also drawings and photos which can be shared if required.
Thank you, Brent. It's an opportunity now for Mr. David Jones and Mr. Julian Farrar, the agents to be received as the deputation. You'd like to bring yourself forward, gentlemen? Just to let you know, I think you've been here before, that you'll have a 10-minute period to summarise the application, and then there will be an opportunity for members of the committee, both here and online, to ask any questions. So you'll have 10 minutes starting from now. Thank you.
Apologies for my cough in advance. Convener, members of the Planning Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak ahead of the determination on the F planning application. Hopefully that sound quality is okay. Yeah, it's a bit difficult at the back there.
But just introduce yourself and see who you are and who you represent.
Apologies, Convener. Julian Farrar from Ironside Farrar, been supporting the application.
Thank you, Convener. David Jones, representing the applicant.
So the application before you is unusual for a number of reasons. It's a reapplication. It's from a small local developer and landowner. It combines a mix of uses in terms of a heritage visitor centre, residential and green space elements. It delivers outcomes that create a new heritage destination for the village, creating jobs alongside homes. And it contributes directly to the village and regional economy. The application will, like much new development, involve change. And the application carefully balances a range of considerations about the need for investment in the village, for homes, alongside the need to protect and enhance local amenity, environmental assets, and secure employment and vitality for the village. It has been widely consulted upon, and the changes introduced in response to local issues and concerns, revising the previous proposals and aligning it to the National Planning Framework 4. I would also like to think that the Planning Committee would give consideration to the wider context, the imperatives associated with national climate change emergency, building more sustainable places for the long term, the national housing emergency in terms of increasing the availability of homes, and the significant challenges within the regional economy and the need to diversify and recognise the importance of investment and jobs. Together with the wider planning changes associated with the adoption of MPF 4 into the development plan, there is now an overriding imperative around sustainable, productive, and livable places, which this integrated proposal is particularly well suited to deliver. Sustainability, because it delivers new energy efficient homes within the settlement, meeting a range of housing needs with 25% affordable homes and with access to all the facilities of the village, including and offering a mix of housing types and tenures. Productive, because it supports the regional tourism and delivers new job opportunities, the majority of which will be local and offers routes into employment across a range of jobs for young people. Much of that is building on the success that Falkirk's enjoyed with the Wheel, with the Kelpies, and with a new destination at Airth. Livable, because it delivers strong settlement with ready access to goods and services within a 20-minute neighbourhood. Local shops, local bus services, schools, and community facilities. That's all about living locally better and supporting rural diversification. I do a lot of work in regeneration. Our main concern is the loss of shops, the loss of bus services, the loss of facilities as small villages and towns get hollowed out. New residents and new spend and new building on visitor destinations is a critical part of regeneration. But planning is largely about putting the right development in the right place and ensuring the long-term needs of communities are recognised. This application will deliver quality homes, quality jobs, and add to the quality and place appeal of North Falkirk and Airth. On homes, the application is for 82 homes, 25% of which are affordable. That's 20 affordable homes. 10% will be flexible, barrier-free homes suited for the disabled, for the less abled, and indeed just older residents and citizens. On jobs, the visitor centre celebrates the heritage of the Airth pineapple and the Dunmore estate and delivers 20 full-time equivalent jobs. In reality, those jobs will include full-time, part-time, seasonal jobs that keep money in the local community and create opportunities for all ages. Wages from construction and the hospitality, e.g. the visitor centre, would generate an additional 0.8 million into the local economy. On place, smaller towns and villages, as I've mentioned, are struggling as regeneration support and reinvestment, often from councils, comes under challenge. Reinvestment, new residents, increased local spend, supports shops and local businesses and the resilience of our settlement. Plus, a local community benefits contribution, a scheme to contribute directly to the community, has been put forward at £200 per completed house. The application has been supported by the Community Council, who understand and appreciate the importance of the local benefits and the capacity of the scheme to deliver a visitor facility, new homes, local jobs, and fund contributions into their economy. The Community Council have, on the balance of all factors, have committed their support. So, in summing up, Planning Officer's report notes the key issues for this application is that it's not an allocated site within the current, but soon to be updated, local development plan. The report acknowledges the judgment in terms of the recommendation, officer's recommendation, that is based on the assessment, on the one hand, of the application's benefits weighed against the policy considerations. We have highlighted the significant and long-term benefits of the proposal and how this represents a very real opportunity to support sustainable investment in the village of Airth. The visitor centre creates long-term value that both celebrates the local heritage, improves access to the Airth pineapple, and creates a destination. It provides a cafe, important, just things that are really necessary. It provides parking, toilets, none of which exist at the Airth pineapple, interpretation facilities, a local arts and crafts workshop, all seeking to both enhance the visitor experience for visitors, but also for local residents who use that area significantly for walking and wider amenity. And all of that will be delivered in the first phase of this development. This would be a major win for the village and for the Falkirk area and the Upper Forth. It would secure housing and affordable homes, and that's important. But the added value in this proposal is the delivery of the visitor centre with long-term jobs and new facilities alongside new homes. The Council, through condition, the Section 75 obligations and further detailed application, can ensure the very substantive benefits are delivered and can positively encourage reinvestment in Airth in a way that aligns with local ambition. I commend the application to the committee and happy to answer questions. Thank you, convener. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much. Your timing was absolutely spot on there. It's now an opportunity to ask questions. I'll come in at the very beginning. Obviously, you know that all applications that have been coming in recently, they all refer to MPF4. I'm just wondering how this goes along with MPF4, and could you maybe explain the reasoning behind it and how your application sort of fits in to this new policy?
NPF4 is a more holistic, if you like, approach to planning. It wants to see more sustainable places and it wants to protect the environment. It makes obligations upon developers to not only conserve but enhance environmental assets, improve biodiversity, etc. But at its core is the principles of sustainability, livability, and productive places. Productive places means creating jobs that are local, that people can walk to, cycle to, access. It means opportunities for young people, the next generation who are otherwise lost and move to bigger cities or other locations. It means buying in local services locally, and those wages that come from those jobs being able to be spent locally. So that's all about livability. It's about the changes that we've adopted in terms of, and your planning officer has indicated those to make this a much more walkable, cyclable, connected environment for living. So all of those points, but particularly building productive places, sustainable places, and livable places are absolutely embedded in this application.
Okay, my next question before I bring other members in. Obviously, we went through this application on 2 different occasions. The last time we had the hearing, the Community Council was here, and there was a very lengthy debate between one of the local members and the Community Council. Loads of questions being asked to and from, but the question I would like to ask in terms of the Community Council is the Community Council saying that they're going to giving this their full support, but with what sort of conditions are they looking for?
Sorry, convener.
What the Community Council are saying that they are giving this application their full support, but with certain areas of concern or conditions. What are those? It says there the Community Council unanimously agreed to support the proposal in principle, subject to certain assurances. So what's the assurances?
I think those will be the setting up of the Community Benefits Fund, e.g. supporting like local football groups or others, the small empowering things within the community. And the developer has offered £200 per completed house. I don't think there are any other issues with the Community Council.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to open up. I'm going to go straight to the one of the local members. Councillor Murtagh?
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, the report kind of feels like I don't have very many questions because it's so extraordinarily clear, but it seemed to contradict what you were saying there in terms of MPF 4. What we just heard from our planning officers is that MPF 4 very much, particularly policy 16F, which we've discussed at length in this committee, strengthens the cases, against all the recommendations against the development. But you're implying that the MPF 4 strengthens the case, for example, for livability for 20-minute neighbourhoods. But that isn't what was said in our report at all. Can you comment on that? Why your assessment seems to be so at odds with what our officers are saying, both in the report and, as you've already heard, in the committee today?
In response to that, clearly MPF 4 sets a broad range of policies. The Chief Planner wrote to all of the local authorities following the Miller Holmes decision about the need to address MPF 4 in the round. And if I could quote from the Dr. Fiona Simpson, Chief Planner to the Scottish Government, advised councils, the above court judgment confirmed the changes to the development plan, moving housing away from disputes over numbers to an approach which seeks to provide homes in suitable locations, and that looking at the policies as a whole, there is an emphasis on quality, diversity, and sustainability. The Scottish ministers have continued to reinforce the policies in MPF 4 should be read and applied as a whole. That was from the Chief Planner to all of the local authorities.
Yeah, indeed, and I've read that judgment and some of the other details in that judgment as well, and the advice. As you say, the first recommendation we have before us is that the application is not supported, and the reasons for refusal, the application is not supported by policies 16 quality homes and 17 rural homes of MPF 4. It's not supported by the policies about housing in the countryside, etc. And it's not supported by a whole bunch of policies, both within MPF 4 and within our LDP 2 or our planning policies. You mentioned in your submission about planning, it being about the right development in the right place, and that's our major overriding planning principle. Can you explain why, given that this site isn't in the LDP, given why when it was considered for the LDP and the reporter looked at it specifically and said there's absolutely no circumstances that would make this a suitable development, and why all the judgments that we've got today, why would this be considered the right development in the right place when there are a multitude of policies which indicate otherwise?
Well, I come back to the understanding of MPF 4 in the round, that we are seeking to create sustainable places that are sustainable in terms of how people live, move, and actually maintain their lives, that support local services and build on existing infrastructure, including infrastructure first principles, remembering that Airth has all of those community infrastructure in place within the village, and this, as a natural extension to that settlement, allows and builds on the 20-minute neighbourhood. If I can, convener, just again refer to the Chief Planner's comment. The sections on policy intent within MPF 4 are provided to help decision makers deliver on policy aspirations. The intent of policy 16, and this is a quote, to encourage, promote and facilitate the delivery of more high quality, affordable and sustainable homes, which this proposal does, in the right locations, providing choice across tenures that meet the diverse housing needs of people and communities across Scotland. I think we deliver that in this project.
Okay, I'm grateful for the answer, but I don't disagree with what you're quoting in the letter there. The point I am putting to you is whether you accept that the policy that we are, the defence of policy, what we have to go on, our policy is our local development plan. Our local development plan and, progressing sites in conjunction with the local development plan, which is how we look at allocating sites, has judged that this site is not a site which would be appropriate for housing. And I think that that's important, that you acknowledge that the LDP that we have, the local development plan which we have, does not support this as a sustainable development site, and the recommendations, far from supporting what you've just said, say that it is not a defensible location, and it's not a natural location, an extension of the village at all. It would be, the recommendations we have are completely contrary to that.
MPF 4 is now part of the development plan. It is the same, should we say, status as the new local development plans come forward. They will adopt all of the policies of MPF 4. And I come back to a balance of judgment that the proposals in this application meet the test of MPF 4. They deliver a sustainable development that is livable, productive, in the right place, with significant local benefits.
Okay. I do just want to pick up, convener, and I suppose it's partly, I'm not sure, a question you yourself mentioned about I think it was talking about the PDP and when the Community Council were last here, and you referenced a debate between a local member and the Community Council. Now, I'm presuming you're referring to the questions which I asked, which I would just clarify were definitely not a debate. They were me asking questions in the question part. But the reason I think that you're picking up on the kind of back and forward nature of that is that what you said was the Community Council, and it's clear in a report, are in favour of this application, but the questions were, and again it's reflected in a report, that there is significant opposition within the community widely to this application, and that maybe hadn't come across in that meeting and had to be later clarified after the meeting, that because there was perhaps a misunderstanding in the evidence that was given. So I suppose I would say that to ask the developer, have you had wider engagement with the community? Also, there was the pre-planning process, pre-application notice, etc. Would you acknowledge that it's not as straightforward as, yes, the Community Council have given a view, but that actually there is also significant opposition within the community? Have you had further engagement with the wider community on that?
I'll seek to answer that question, Councillor. In terms of the Community Council, there's a series of consultation events. This was... I'm switched on? Yeah. I think so. My apologies. So the consultations included 2 consultation events. We had a further consultation with the Community Council, and we had a public meeting. The councillor is correct, and there was a range of views expressed at the Community Council meeting, chaired by the Chair of the Community Council, with presentations from myself and the developer. The planning officer's report refers to objections within the community. So clearly there are a range of views within the community, but on the balance of the public meetings, the consultation events, the community council felt that on balance of the benefits this project would deliver in terms of to the community for the long term, they offered and have committed their support to this development. The consultation has been very open. We've engaged with wide groups of people in terms of both at public meetings, drop-in events, and with all the statutory consultees, including then other groups such as the National Trust.
Okay, I'll pick up my other questions with officers. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Murtagh. In reference to what I stated at the very beginning, at that PDH, it was very interesting to listen to a local member and the community council, and it was actually very interesting, and it gave people an opportunity to listen to a sort of wider view. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you very much. First of all, could I just say most of my fellow councillors will know, but I live in Airth, and I'm not actually too far away from this proposed development. Airth is a lovely place and a very attractive place for people to want to move to. Moving on to the questions that I would like to ask, the first, they're in no particular order, but the first question is that the visitor centre, would it be built first before any houses, or would it be in conjunction with houses getting built at the same time?
Sir Jones.
Thank you, Convener. The intention is to bring forward the visitor centre as part of first phase development, and we intend to bring that as, if you like, the first stage in that first phase, subject to approval of detailed planning, of course.
Okay, thank you. And I accept and appreciate that with the visitor centre, obviously any houses there, that the improvements to the road area around about that, because it is a bit, it's not very nice at the moment, you know, small road and different things. Would part of that, you mentioned allowing people, the pineapple is obviously a key destination for many people in the village, and more particularly visitors to the village. Would you allow people to park? I think you've hinted at it, to park at the visitor centre, not necessarily buy anything, but be able to walk up towards the pineapple. And would any of your work on the roads involve any part of the track, which is currently quite rutted, that goes up to the pineapple?
Mr. Jones.
Convener, the answer straightforwardly is yes to both those points. The car park would be public. There'll be no restriction on people wanting to use it, whether they visit the centre or not. And secondly, we will work with all landowners to try and improve the existing trackway to the pineapple.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question, you mentioned, which is very positive actually, the number of jobs. I believe you said 20 full-time jobs regarding the full-time equivalents regarding the visitor centre. How many jobs would be created with, should it be approved, with the building of the houses, which would obviously be in addition to those jobs?
Convener, we're looking at in the region of 50 full-time jobs in relation to the construction work alone.
Sorry, is that 20 just for the construction only?
50, Convener.
50, yep. Mr. Jones is saying
sorry,
50.
Yeah, sorry, my hearing's not so good today. Apologies. You're 50. No, thank you very much for that. And mentioned, I'm well aware of it, the road that goes up to the farm and the weighbridge. Would the use of the weighbridge still be kept open should any development be built that you know of?
The weighbridge, there's no intention to remove that in the initial phases, Convener. It would, the long-term intention would be to make that a pedestrian-only pathway. So there'd be no long-term future in relation to the weighbridge itself.
Yeah, that's why I was asking the question, because it's quite important, because you wouldn't want a housing scheme with heavy lorries going up to be weighed. And I don't know the business application, but I don't think it's a hugely important part of Mr. Russell's business there. My other question really relates to, just to clarify in my mind, there's a concrete path that goes to obviously the large house that's there, or concrete road, you can drive along it. That would not be part of the ownership or shared ownership for this scheme, wouldn't it? To be a separate road into any development?
Yes, convener. One of the discussions, or one element of the discussions we had with the Community Council was on the basis of providing an alternative access both to the farm and for construction traffic. We have now provided those details with your officers, and the intention with this development is to provide an alternative farm entry to the west of Blackness Road, I believe it is. And that would be used for all future construction traffic, limiting access through the village whilst the project is underway.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, convener, really, obviously since the last meeting and discussion that we had on the subject, there was various points raised. I just wonder, could I ask the applicant representatives, what discussions have you had with planning officers and changes have you made, you know, to maybe meet some of the requirements that cropped up from these meetings? If that makes sense.
Yes, we've sought all along, quite openly, to use the consultation to identify issues of local concern. We've sought to amend the scheme from that submitted back in 21 to make it more suited to the locality, protect more of the environmental assets, enhance areas of open space, and increase the area of open space, as noted within the officer's report. Things like the road access, there was a specific issue raised at the local consultation around construction activity, because there are another phase of homes have been developed alongside, and hence that rerouting of the farm access and the submission of those details to the planning officers. So all along, we've sought to make this scheme, recognise that change creates uncertainty for people and concerns, and mitigating those is part of a good planning application.
That's good. Thank you very much, and thank you, convener.
Thank you for your input, sir. Councillor Forrest.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission, gentlemen. I've got a few questions. One follows on from my colleague, Laura Murtagh, who mentioned about applications not being supported in policy. And she mentioned a number of them. Are you aware how many policies are not supported? Sorry, how many points are not supported by NPF4 in this document? Just in case you are not, there's 8, which is a heck of a lot. And the final part says there are not considered to be any material planning considerations to outweigh the terms of the development plan or otherwise justify the approval of the application. But I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. Just how far is the car park to the Pineapple as a walkway?
Convener, in the report, it's measured at 700 metres.
And not all of this land on that walkway belongs to yourself, obviously. It belongs to other landholders, and you've said that you'll work with them.
Convener, we've provided an alternative access to the Pineapple itself using land exclusively by the applicant, owned by the applicant. So there would be no difficulty in providing a separate footway from the car park directly into the Pineapple grounds.
Right, thank you. At any point, did they have to cross the main road?
Convener, if we're talking about the Pineapple car park to the Pineapple, we're looking at travelling northwards across agricultural land as it is at the moment, and we need to cross the cart path the road directly that takes us into the small car park adjacent to the pineapple itself, and it would access that area from a dedicated position from the applicant's own land, of which this has been agreed and approved by the National Trust.
Right. But do they have to cross a main road? No. Right. Fine. That's great. Thank you. You mentioned your phases. What phases are there? How many phases are there, and what do they contain?
The scheme at the moment contains a total of 5 phases. Phase 1, we've talked about. That would include the construction of the visitor centre and the housing sites themselves. There would be 4 further phases, which would be developed from the north to south, as shown on the development on the submission plans, and they would be progressed progressively. Once the earlier phase had been concluded and permissions had been sought and detailed planning permission agreed with the council for the next again phase.
Right. It's just that means that in each of your phases for housing, you're probably doing about 20 houses at a time. Would that be correct? Yep.
Well, the intention wouldn't be, we wouldn't move into a later phase until we finished the one that we're subsequently working on. So we would be looking at, give or take, mid-20s per phase.
It's just having been a site agent, etc. I never employed 50 people. I was building 20 houses. In the original, this is a bit of deja vu because, you know, this is the 4th time that this has actually come in front of us. In the original one, we found out that there were age restrictions on the purchasing and owning of the houses. That was taken out in the second one, but I don't see anything to say that there is no age restriction on this one.
Well, I can confirm that, Convener, there are no age restrictions in respect of this particular proposal.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks very much. Thank you, Convener.
No, thank you for your input, sir. Moving along the line, any other questions for these 2 gentlemen, or can they retake their seats? No? You wanted? Is there somebody there? Yeah. You need to put your light on a wee bit quicker, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Convener. Probably just leading on from Councillor Flynn's question regarding some of the entrances. When you come out of Lockheed Homes and go to the first, there is actually 3 entrances there. Then we're proposing, and I know this is only planning permission in principle, and it's that stage. And I suppose this can be, if it was supported, this could be addressed by our roads team. Because when we were out on a site visit, I asked Brent, the entrance to the lodge house, and I'm asking Brent at the time, why can't they just use that entrance instead of, because it changed for the first time because the visitor centres came closer to the village. So previously we were talking about a roundabout further up. That then makes it 4 entrances where I'm, and this is only hypothetical because it might not go ahead, but would that entrance to the lodge house with the trees going up either side, and that, I think it was an absolutely spectacular road going up in between the trees. Could that be used as the entrance?
The road proposal has been discussed with the roads department and looked to meet all of the Falkirk Council standards. We're very amenable to working with the council in the detail as these things move forward. There's been a number of issues raised about enhancing the active travel components and how we deliver that, in terms of producing safe pedestrian routes, not only for visitors to the site, but all the residents and others who will naturally explore the Dunwood estate. So very amenable to looking at any of the detail, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm looking down the line. I'm trying to see everybody and online. No more questions to the two gentlemen here. No, they got okay then, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time. If you'd just like to retake your seats, thank you.
Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, members.
Okay, we'll go back now to our officer, Brent Vivian. Brent, you've heard what the applicant's agents have stated, and you've heard the questions that have been coming from members at this stage. I would just like to give us an overview if you've got any changes or an interpretation of the application in front of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Convener. So there's been quite a lot of mention of MPF4. Whether MPF4 is potentially any more supportive of the application than LDP2, which the previous application was solely considered under. We're quite clear in the report that MPF4 doesn't offer any additional support for the application, and the reasons for recommended refusal point to a number of MPF policies, which do not support the application. Fundamentally, MPF4 supports a plan-led approach to development. This application is not within the village limits; it's within the countryside. Our view is that the means by which to extend settlement boundaries and that sort of thing effectively is through the local development plan review process, where all matters can be considered in a comprehensive manner, not through planning applications. The applicant was mentioning sustainability as a positive outcome of this development. I think it's quite clear through the officer's report that we'd perhaps take issue with how sustainable the development proposal is. It's a greenfield site. MPF4 is presumed against development within the greenfield. There's quite a strong presumption there, unless it's actually allocated for development. The visitor centre is at a peripheral location to the village. As a result of that, it's not within 10 minutes walk there and 10 minutes walk back from parts of the village. So there are issues there around 20-minute neighbourhoods and local living due to the peripheral location of the visitor centre. Also, obviously, the housing areas are peripheral as well, and that raises issues in terms of accessibility and access to the existing bus service through the village. There's been a number of sustainable travel issues raised. The peripheral location of the site doesn't make the visitor centre particularly attractive to walk to. There's issues around landscape setting of the village through extending it. Issues, as we know, in relation to impacts on the design landscape So there are a number of sustainability related issues with the development and placemaking issues, which would lead us to perhaps a different conclusion on matters than offered by the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, Brent, I'm going to come in. I've been taking a few notes off the report. Obviously, we've still got the reports for the last meetings that we had as well. So I'm going to ask you a few questions in relation to the application itself and the information that's been gathered. First of all, in terms of the primary school issue, is the primary school, if this was to go ahead, has the primary school got capacity? Mr. Teague there?
Yes, convener, I can come in there. Yes, the school has capacity. The rolls dropped and the birth rate in the village has dropped considerably in recent years, and we're currently experiencing. I've just checked the enrolments for August, and it's 16 pupils, which is about 60% occupancy in primary 1, less when you consider the class sizes primary 2 to 7, and we're not expecting that intake to change considerably over the next 5 years, which is all we've got data for. We have taken into account the existing housing developments, the ongoing and recent housing development in the village as well. So this development won't threaten the capacity of the primary school. We have taken a very cautious approach in the past. If this had come to us 10 years ago when the school was at much higher occupancies, might have given you a different answer, but currently the school has sufficient capacity to absorb a development of this scale.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Teaden. Very nice to see you. Going on, these are questions that were being highlighted in the report. In terms of if somebody could maybe answer the question, although it's in the report, I'm just doubling up here. The Earth Health Centre, in terms of capacity, according to the report, it has capacity. Could maybe somebody clarify that? Have we got an officer here or online? I'm just touching on these subjects just to get them clarified.
Yeah, that's right, convener. It's in the report, paragraph 4.24, where NHS Forth Valley have confirmed there's no capacity issues.
Now, the questions I'm asking, because these are really important issues when it comes to any application, in terms of, first of all, health and education. Is there enough places in the primary school? Also, the health centre, is there enough places? Also, I believe that Oakview Medical Centre has got capacity as well. Is that right? This is for the notes that I had the last time.
That's right. The advice from NHS Forth Valley is that they've had discussions with Oakview.
Okay, fine.
And there's no capacity issues.
Right. I'm just going through a wee list here that I had for questions that need to be answered in terms of the issue in the application. National Trust for Scotland, initially did they put an objection and then they withdrew it?
Yeah, that's correct, convener. National Trust for Scotland formally objected to the previous application, but they're not formally objecting to this application, but they just noted that they would have no involvement in the actual operation of the visitor centre.
That's fine. I'm ticking these off. So the school has got capacity. The Earth Medical Centre has capacity. No capacity issues at Oakview. The National Trust for Scotland withdrawn. Historic environment. Have they got any objections? I think
No.
these are all relevant.
There's no objection from Historic Environment Scotland as such, on the basis that they don't consider the application to raise any heritage issues of national significance. So that's the reason.
Right.
They haven't objected. Not to say they might not have some concerns around the indicative master plan, but from a point of national significance.
You'll see, Brent, with that paper for the last time, I think I asked about maybe 12 or 15 questions in relation to the report. I'm just trying to go through them as well here. Historic Scotland.
Yeah, we just touched on that one.
Yeah. Historic environment. No objection.
Historic environment, Scotland.
Same.
Same.
Okay, fine. So, and then the last one I had asked for was the Community Council. Obviously, they came that evening and they gave their full support. Okay, then. Thank you for that, Brent. I was just double checking that everything that I had written down here, all the questions I'd asked, it was still the same issue. Okay, who's Councillor Kelly?
Just on, I believe that Scotland's Gardens and Landscape Heritage are of the opinion the proposed visitor centre will be detrimental to Dunmore Park and to the Pineapple. Is that correct? Try 4018.
Yeah, their comments are summarised in length in paragraphs 4.15 through to 4.18. The conclusion of their comments is in paragraph 4.18, where they formally lodge a strong objection to the application on the grounds of detrimental effect on the setting of both Dunmore Park and the Pineapple design landscapes.
Thanks for that. On the actual housing itself, it's intended to be built on agricultural land, am I correct there?
Yes, correct.
It is agricultural land. And would that be considered as ribbon development on that particular area?
Sorry, considered as?
Sorry. Would that be considered as ribbon development in that area, in the countryside?
Ribbon development is normally where you're extending along a road beyond the development limit at the moment. So
right.
I suppose potentially the visitor centre could be seen as ribbon development because you're extending along the A road further out. The housing would be seen, I guess, as a significant extension to the existing village.
Right, thank you. Thanks, Brent.
Thank you, Kelly. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Convener, and thank you for covering some of my questions. I do want to go back to Mr. Teed, if possible, because I think where I acknowledge that what it says in the report in terms of the occupancy rate, can you confirm, however, that Ayres Primary is a one-stream primary school where there's one class effectively per primary, and that there are, at the moment, and in terms of the number of main classrooms, there are 8 classrooms that can accommodate learning and teaching in the main block, and that one of them is therefore usually used as a kind of resource, etc. type room, but so therefore, and there's no capacity, as you say in the report, there's no capacity to extend the primary school. It doesn't have grounds which can be extended to build new classrooms, for example. So can you kind of give the context of what would happen if, for example, the birth rate did go up in the Lochie Home site and in this particular site?
Yeah, Councillor Murtagh, yeah, you're quite right. There are only 8 classrooms. It's a single stream school, so it's one class per year stage. When the occupancies were particularly high, there was an 8th class that accommodated the smaller class numbers in primary 1. Yeah, so and the reason we've always taken a very careful approach to Ayres Primary is because there is no scope for growth. They don't have school grounds. They've got a small hard standing play area around the side and the back. There's very limited scope, and I think when a large development came previously in the early kind of, I don't know, about 10 or 15 years ago, we pushed back quite hard against that one because it was really giving us a problem we couldn't resolve. But as I said earlier, the birth rates have dropped considerably right across the council area, and they will go up again at some point, but within the scope of this development timeframe, if this development is approved, we don't see any particular risk to Earth Primary School's capacity, and we think that the development would be comfortably accommodated within, which would, if we'd identified any kind of red flags, we would have requested a contribution to mitigate any capacity issues, even though the options are quite limited at Earth Primary School.
As you say, the options are quite limited at Earth Primary School, and you mentioned, I think there was like 16 at the current rate for enrolment for next year, but the primary one class sizes are usually recommended to be quite small, around, I think around, well, 18 to, it can go up obviously to more than that, but I think that's the thing, is that if there were then 2 primary 1 classes, because the birth rate went up slightly, it would mean that if there were other classes under pressure, therefore by even small amounts, there wouldn't actually be anywhere to put those children, or they'd have to start going into composite classes, etc. That would be really difficult to accommodate from a fairly, although there's capacity in the school in general, it would have there is a risk with that because there's no other place to cite an extra classroom, for example.
Yeah, the class size limit in primary 1 is 25. So if we go above that, we have to form another class. Now, what we've done in the past with Earth is we formed a primary 1-2 composite, or two very small primary 1 classes, but we are really capped at 30 because that's the class size for primary 2 and 3, and it goes up to 33 in subsequent years. So you're quite right. I think that 8th class gives us the flexibility we need to take intake up to about 30, but at the moment we're looking at intakes of between 15 to 20 for the next 5 years, according to our projections. So we're well within that sort of threshold of risk. So
yeah, I mean, obviously I appreciate those answers. I think obviously as somebody who has had children go to school and understood that there is not a lot of resource at the school externally, that having that 8th class is actually really critical to the way that the school operates. But as you say, if it has to be used, it has to be used. Larbert High, however, because there weren't any questions on that, and obviously Larbert High is significantly almost teetering on over capacity. I think it's the largest non-denominational school in Scotland, and you have recommendation for that, but so I do have a child at Larbert High, so I understand this difficulty in terms of what can be achieved there. Can you give any further comment on how, given that there are other sites that are approved and for housing, and they might bring forward quite high rates of birth rates, as has been judged in the way that Kinnear does, how would Larbert High be able to cope with that?
Yeah, I think probably covered this in some detail, the Rufflands Farm application recently, because it came up there. Larbert High School has kind of peaked in terms of its role, and it will drop back a little bit, but it remains at very, very high occupancy levels. And there is a lot of development pressures in the area in terms of applications that have been approved and are ongoing, and and it really depends what happens with LDP3, how that pressure continues. So we continue to request contributions towards dealing and mitigating with capacity pressures at Larbert High School. The option we've got at the moment for doing that is we're building a new ASN primary facility in Grangemouth, and that will free up some of the capacity of the old Karen Grange School at Larbert High School, but it's not as simple with a secondary school as moving the kids into those classrooms. We have to do some sort of internal alterations and reconfiguration of faculties and the way they lay out as well. So any contributions we collect for Larbert High School would contribute to that investment in the sort of medium term.
Thank you. I want to move on to another issue that's been brought up in terms of the health centre.
Sorry, Councillor Murta, sorry, Councillor Murta, sorry to interrupt you, but we're past the 1 o'clock. It's just been advised to me. So we'll come back, we'll break for lunch and we'll come back and we'll come back straight to you.
Okay.
So
Thanks,
we'll be
Convener.
back here at 20 to 2. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you in full flow.
That's all right. Don't worry.
Okay, good afternoon, and we're reconvening the meeting here. We're on item 9, which is the construction of visitor centre to include information, exhibition space, arts and crafts workshop, restrooms, cafe and retail area, and up to 82 dwelling houses and associated works at land to the west of Brackenbar House, Cemetery Road, Ayr for George Russell Construction Limited. And we closed with Councillor Murtagh speaking, so we'll go straight back to Councillor Murtagh, and sorry for that interruption.
Thanks, Convener. I shall try to recollect where I was. I think I was going to talk about ask about the health centre, which you yourself brought up in terms of. So in terms of, there's two. You mentioned Oakview practice as well. So there's the Ayers Health Centre, which is the sort of capacity that's been referred to in the report. And then there's other health centres that are up in Stennismuir. So just wanted to ask officers to clarify in terms of the capacity at those health centres in Oakview, and I'll say when I moved to the village, that's where I was put. I was put in Stennismuir as an automatic allocation. But in terms of public transport to those health centres in Stennismuir, what's the situation? There's no direct bus, is there?
Can somebody answer that? That'll be yourself, Brent.
Obviously, we don't have anyone here from NHS Forth Valley, but I think that would be my understanding, Councillor Murtagh, that there's no bus.
Is Gary McGregor there? Sorry to interrupt you. I'm trying to get an answer for you. Is Gary McGregor there that could maybe come in on this one?
Yeah,
or Matthew?
Aye, that wouldn't be
There,
myself.
Gary.
It would maybe
Thanks.
be transport planning convener. Matthew would potentially be able to answer that.
Okay, Matthew.
Yeah, I can try my best. What was the name of the one in Stenhousemuir?
So it's
medical practice.
It's Oakview. It's the one that's it's across from the Plough Hotel. So it's the sort of if it's got an overall name, is it Park Drive? I'll look at Councillor Bouse. That basically it's across from the Trist Centre, so it's right in the centre of Stennismuir, so near Hallam Road.
No, nothing direct. You need to take 2 buses.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need combination of the 2 and the F16, I believe.
Yeah. So just to confirm, so that and obviously I do know the position, having moved here at 30 weeks pregnant and had not been able to drive. So the situation would be that the F16, which is a 1 bus an hour bus, and then get off at Carnshore, wait, get another bus, and do the same in reverse would be, I think, my understanding of what would be.
So the way there, you take the F16 and then the F8, and looking at about a 40-minute journey, depending on how it lines up with the timetables. Obviously, as you said, with every 60 minutes, it could be significantly longer. You might have to arrive quite early.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, going to a medical centre when you're unwell, that can be difficult. And the reason I bring it up is because, so I know nobody really uses actual text messages anymore, but the NHS are kind of the best friend on my text message phone, and I am now a member in the practice down at Ayers, which is a satellite practice, as it's highlighted in the report of Flynn Medical Centre. But I think what is quite important, I don't know if there's anybody that can confirm this, maybe it will be Brent or somebody that's spoken with NHS, is that although there's capacity on the roll, what often happens is that because Ayers is a satellite and there's extreme pressures under the GP availability in the GP contract, that when GPs are not able to fully staff the centre in Flynn, it's the satellite centres who then have the GPs pulled and the Ayers closed, and therefore, in terms of the bus, I think Matthew was just saying it is an hourly bus. And I think that's kind of captured in the report. I don't know if Brent can say any more about whether those discussions have taken place on the reality of that situation.
Only what's in the report. The comments came through written correspondence rather than any direct discussions. But from what the report summarises, the Ayers Health Centre is staffed 5 mornings a week. So if patients require any kind of urgent appointment, then they would have to find their way to Fallon for the appointment.
Yeah. I think what it says in the report, Brett, is that I think that's the intention, or that's what's supposed to happen. But in fact, if I, as a patient, look at my phone, it quite often we're advised that it's not able to open if that's it. If for example there's doctor shortages, which I think are referred to in the report, then what happens is that that patients then have to go to full in, which again is a bus journey, which is difficult to make when you're ill. So I think that context is important since it's been brought up. I mean, also when we come to moving recommendations or otherwise, or motions, I probably will want to come in. But I think it was Councillor Forrest was asking about the situation with the sort of, I think it was Councillor Kelly actually asking about the sort of designed landscape and the biodiversity aspects of that. Can you elaborate a bit more about the character of the area? Someone to sort of comment about what the assessment has been in terms of the suitability within that designed landscape and what the impact will be of this development.
The impact on the design landscape, and we do have Ruth Simpson here as well, who's a specialist. The impact on the design landscape is related to the visitor centre proposal, which sits within a southern portion of the design landscape. So at the moment, that's a very open landscape. The design landscape is characterised by heavily wooded inner policies, surrounded by more open land of a.
Does Ruth Simpson want to come in at this stage? Ruth? Nope, carry on.
Yeah, so obviously within that open character.
Sorry, convener, I'm here. I just had some IT challenges there. I can come in.
Did you hear the question from Councillor Murtagh?
Yes, she was asking about the impacts on the designed landscape. What our assessment, what my assessment of that was, based on national planning framework policies, and that's policy 7I, which says development proposals affecting nationally important gardens and designed landscapes will be supported where they protect, preserve or enhance their cultural significance, character and integrity, and where proposals will not significantly impact on important views to or from or within the site and its setting. The assessment that I made, and I would also want to reflect on the papers that Brent submitted, which Historic Scotland also made, which Historic Environment Scotland did not object in principle to these proposals. That was their team that deals with designed landscapes and gardens, but they did say that the proposals do affect Dunmore Park Garden and designed landscape. And the point that they made is a point that I share with them, which is that the proposed visitor centre, a new road layout, being located within the southern part of the designed landscape, means that there is a definite impact and change that fundamentally changes the character, as Brent was saying, of the open landscape and the original landscape. The whole thrust of policy is to try and preserve and enhance the historic and natural landscape. And National Planning Framework 4 does reinforce that. So our assessment of the visitor centre in particular and the car park was that it did have a detrimental impact on the original character of that nationally designed landscape.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh, once again we've got to interrupt you because Councillor Sinclair is having problems with his IT, so we're going to have a wee break just to see whether we can get Councillor Sinclair back online. Thank you. So we'll have a 5-minute comfort break. Apologies again, Councillor Murtagh.
That's all right.
no-
I'll put
it's no-
put my mic off instead of singing to you all.
Okay. Once again, apologies. We had a wee IT problem there with one of our members. We couldn't see him on the screen. This has been rectified. And once again, an apology to Councillor Murtagh for once again having to leave her in the lurch. But we'll go right back to you, Councillor Murtagh, and hopefully it'll be uneventful this period.
Thanks, Convener. I will start to think, if it happens again, I will start to think it's a conspiracy to just engage my brain fog here, but I'm going to try and remember what it was. I think we'd finished with the historic designed landscape, although I suppose what I was just going to maybe ask, Ruth, is she still there? Yeah, she is. It was more, I suppose, see her opinion. She's given her opinion about what the policies were, but in terms of just confirming then that what we currently have at the Pineapple is the Pineapple is very secluded in and of itself. The new visitor centre and car park is proposed in a field very prominently in an agricultural setting that would be very out of character, and that's been reflected in what's been said in the report. But in terms of that historic design landscape of kind of the drive, the continuous coming in through the gatehouse and how it would all go through to the Dunmore Park, would it be fair to say that that would not quite drive a coach and horses through, because actually that would maybe be more appropriate, but it would completely alter the entire character of that area, and at the moment it's more of a tranquil setting for people to visit, but this would create a massive, a car park and visitor centre in a way that would be extremely out of keeping with the area.
Yes, Convener, Councillor Murtagh, thank you for making that point. Yes, the point you make is absolutely correct. There's just no other possible assessment of this other than it is making an incredible intervention into what is, okay, not completely original. It's been acknowledged. There was a report carried out, Connected Dunmore, a few years ago. I think it was funded through the Great Places project that did assess the Dunmore Park estate and was looking at ways of enhancing and protecting and creating interpretation for visitors to the local area. And it did admit that yes, there have been some changes, but by and large there's still enough left of the original landscape features to merit, not taking forward any further changes and looking more towards enhancing and protecting what is left. That is a sort of fairly natural heritage-led response, and that's what policy is driving at. Let's protect and enhance what we do have, rather than, as you said, Councillor Murtagh, driving a coach and horses through it.
Okay, thanks, Ruth. So I've now remembered where I've got my 2 points here about where I wanted to ask questions. In the report, it talks about the kind of the walk to the visitor centre, so that, I think Brent was talking about the kind of 20-minute neighbourhood issue, and actually to walk to the visitor centre from, certainly I'm at the other end of the village, so certainly more than 20 minutes and 20 minutes back. In terms of the kind of footpath element and the walkability, can officers kind of elaborate? And obviously would have to cross a main road from the village, because the footpath is only on one side. So can I ask about that situation in terms of the proposed visitor centre and the suitability for walking from the main village?
I think Matthew come in on this one.
Yeah, myself or Craig, I guess. They've almost provided comment as well. I think in terms of the concerns that are raised in the report are centred around the width of the footway between the village and the new roundabout being substandard. There was some comment about removing vegetation, but I believe it still remains substandard, and then there'll be an uncontrolled crossing of the main road to get over to the visitor centre as well, which obviously has its own road safety issues. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Craig, but I think the 40 mile an hour limit would need to be extended further as well, which is not necessarily a given that would be subject to a TRO as well. So that, in terms of walking from the main village, those are the sort of the key challenges alongside the distance, as you mentioned, Councillor Murtaugh.
Okay. I don't know if Craig has got anything else to add to that. Or...
Not through you, convener. Not really. Matthew's picked up the sort of bulk of it. I mean, we did, when this application originally came in, perhaps under the previous application, we commented on the condition of the footway on the northeast side of the A905. We did acknowledge more recently that the Lochie Homes development has improved the situation there for pedestrians. There's obviously the new junction into their development. As part of that, they have provided lighting on the east side of the road there, so the conditions are slightly better for pedestrians, but it remains the case that part of the footway along the east side of the A905, it is narrow. The applicant acknowledges this and proposes to improve that by, as Matthew says, removing vegetation and debris and the like. I need to point out that the applicant is proposing pedestrian routes through their development. Not, they're not entirely relying on the A905. However, from our perspective, and certainly if you look at the master plan, we don't believe that a resident from the village would choose to walk through the Lochie development into the new development to reach the visitor centre. The direct route is along the A905.
Yeah, just to pick you up on that, Craig, I think it's right in saying in the report it's 50% extra distance. And it's up a fairly steep hill, and I know I walk with a stick, but it is a very, if you were, for example, so I am at the other end of the village. I can't imagine any circumstances in which I would want to walk 50% extra up the hill and through and then down rather than just taking a straight path. Is that kind of what you're saying? It doesn't actually lend itself to that as a route?
Yeah, I mean, some people may choose to walk that way. It's away from a main road. It's maybe a more attractive environment to walk in. But yes, it's up Cemetery Brae through the Lochie development into the proposed development. And yeah, Cemetery Brae is up a hill.
Okay, thanks for that. The last, I suppose, this is a tricky thing to bring up. So I hope you bear with me, convener, because you brought it up in your discussion, and maybe I wouldn't have brought it up in this manner, but you mentioned the PDP and how valuable it was to hear from the community council at the PDP. And I want to ask Brent about this because at the PDP there was a discussion and there was opportunity to clarify at the PDP in terms of what was said, in terms of that at the public meeting that was held, that I think at the PDP what was said was that basically there was no opposition, there was no opposition voiced by the community members that were there. Everybody was effectively in favour. I understand, and from what's been said in the report, that position has been clarified by the community council subject, like after the PDP. Can you comment on that?
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Murty. Yes, after the predetermination hearing, the Community Council came back and clarified some of the comments that they made at the predetermination hearing. So the point they clarified was that there were actually people present at the meeting that the Community Council had with the community who did voice objection or raise concerns in relation to the application. So that was the point of clarity. Notwithstanding that, the Community Council reiterated their support for the application, taking into account all matters that they considered.
Okay, I'm grateful for that, Brent, and I would say, the Community Council are a really excellent community council who work extraordinarily hard, and I think the 4 councillors are all in this committee. I think I've got 16 open cases, and we probably all have that number where they're very proactive in the community, and I would never say otherwise. I think it is important to reflect, however, that while I totally respect and I agree that the Community Council have come to a view and expressed that view as a statutory consultee, that from the comments in the section, I think what's perhaps missing is that in the run-up to that meeting that was arranged at very, very short notice, as I understand. I don't know if Brent has any more information about that, just before Christmas on the 2023. Yeah. That actually such concern has been raised that potentially that it was asked that a police presence might need to be at that meeting because there was known to be real concern and agitation within the community about this particular application. So I don't know if Brent has any insight into when that meeting was held and the circumstances around it that's been reported, or whether it's just provided for information.
Other to just confirm the meeting was on the 20th of December 2023. There's nothing I can really add to that.
Okay, I would say that obviously as a local member, I did have it's captured in the report. I did have quite a lot of members who were at those meetings come to me, in which I completely referred them on to planning officers. But you can see within the representations within the report that there was concern expressed. So you know, I've not taken part in those discussions and passed them on to planning officers so that it is captured in the report. But I think that is an important context that is also understood. Like I say, convener, I'm happy to come back at the point if we're just asking questions just now. But yeah, I'll wait until that point that we're moving recommendations or otherwise. Thank you.
Okay then, Councillor Flynn, and then we're going to Councillor Forrest.
Can I ask, convener, is it just questions just now? If it is, I'll wait till later on, or am I allowed just to make some points?
Well, it's really questions in terms of procedure. We're at questions to officers at the moment, and then we'll go into full debate once the questions are finished. So we'll go to Councillor Forrest and see if he's got any direct questions to officers.
I'm actually just wanting a wee bit clarification, if I can. There's 2 points I've got. Northern part of the site is within the pipeline consultation zone. Can we hear about any potential impact on that and the site?
Okay. Obviously, our officers would have had discussions with in relation to the pipeline, so Brent will update us.
The northern edge of the site, so that's up the end of the site closest to the pineapple. It falls within some of the zones for a Scottish gas pipeline. There's no physical development proposed within that area. The actual pipeline owner, Scottish Gas Networks, they placed a holding objection. Basically, at some point in time, they want to have a discussion with the applicant, basically to identify the precise location of the pipeline in the vicinity of the development. Our understanding is that because there's no physical development close to where the pipeline is thought to be, there won't actually be an impact. Obviously, that couldn't be 100% confirmed until the discussion takes place with the operator to identify the precise location.
That's why Scottish Gas have objected to it.
It's a holding objection. I think on balance, we're comfortable that matter could be resolved at a detailed planning stage.
Just keeping houses 17 metres away from a potential hazard takes up a fair part of the site. Thanks for that, Brent. The other one, and most people will probably be expecting this from me, I've passed by many times and I've been amazed at the thousands of geese that roost there. What is the potential impact on them as an environmental?
On geese?
Yeah, there's thousands of geese roost there regularly. You can almost guarantee you go down there today, you'll see them.
There was a preliminary ecological appraisal carried out. It didn't pick up on issues around geese, so it's difficult difficult for me to comment on that, but certainly there was nothing identified through the ecological appraisal which identified any constraints in terms of species. Particularly, obviously, the focus of that report would be on protected species.
Okay, thank you for that, Brent. I'm really surprised that they never picked up on them. There's enough of them. If you drive under them when they've just taken off, you know all about it. Believe me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bowes, question, sir?
Yeah, so this is planning permission in principle. I'd read in the report that the gardens nature people had said they were surprised that the visitor centre was going to be built on the south side of the site. Now, I understand there's a pipe there, but it looks like a decent sized piece of land there. Now, although this is planning permission in principle, could it possibly be that the visitor centre could be built on that north side area? I appreciate the pipe and the restrictions from that, but obviously we need to know exactly where that pipe was to do that, because I think they suggested that it would be a more practical place for it to be, and I think they said they were surprised it was being built on the south side rather than the north side. Yes, I don't know if you can answer that because of the pipe, or the big gas pipe and potential location of the gas pipe.
Yes, you're correct. It's planning permission in principle. So the master plan at the moment places a visitor centre quite far south towards the B9124, but obviously within the scope of a PPP there would be opportunity to consider at a more detailed stage the precise location of the visitor centre, and that would take into account obviously the identification of the location of the pipeline.
Sorry, just for me, Vivian, Brent, sorry. So my answer is yes, you could consider it to be in part of the north side. Yes.
Yeah. Detailed considerations around design and layout could be considered further. If there was a PPP approved and there was a detailed application which was to follow.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Now, I'm looking at Bailey Care. Now, if MD sees any, you've got to remember is that I've got to strain forward if I can't see. If somebody could just pass the message up that somebody wants to speak so that I don't inadvertently miss them. Bailey Care.
Thanks, Convener. Can I ask, with regards to on page 116, Brent, 7A.50, the principle of public transport contribution to support the provision of an hourly bus service on a Sunday. It's agreed, and this would improve the sustainable transport network to serve the proposed development. But what you're saying is they're quite happy with that. However, how long will that need to be provided for? Because I don't think it's right that an applicant pays it forevermore. I understand that the date for a time. Is there a time? So my question is there a time scale of when that would be provided?
Matthew, I think you can answer this question, sir.
I've not got an answer off the top of my head on that one, unfortunately. I would need to just double check. There's nothing written down sort of slightly before my time. So I read through all the correspondence, but I couldn't see anything with regards to time period on that one. But typically it's, up to 5 years, no more than that, is what we typically ask for.
Okay.
I'm quite happy with the answer, just because it is plan permission in principle, that can be fixed out, and if this was to go forward. So thanks, convener. That's all I've got.
Okay then, is there any more direct questions, or are we ready to open it up for a full debate? No more questions here and no more questions online. So Councillor Murphy, you got another question? No, you've not got another question. Okay then. What we're going to do now then is we're going to open it up to a full debate and hopefully come to some clarification and agreement on where we're going with this. Councillor Murphy, I believe that you want to come in right away. Fine.
I do, convener, and part of me doesn't want to spend a lot of time dwelling on the points that have been raised, and partly because I think we've had really robust discussions in other committees about the principles of some of these matters in terms of MPF4 and in terms of our LDP, and we all know that our LDP is our planning Bible. It is absolutely our planning Bible as to judging what development should be done in the Falkirk area, where need is. You know, it's been talk about what the village need, what we have assessed in our Bible of where we make decisions. This application is completely out of kilter with just about every policy that I can find, and they're all listed there. And I think additionally, we've heard from officers today that MPF4 actually strengthens that position, not weakens it. And particularly, we've heard the arguments about where previously this argument of the effective housing land supply and needing to maintain that absolutely unequivocally no longer applies in our decision making, and we cannot refer to that in our decision making. And that there are, and I know as a local member, there are other sites that do have planning permission in principle, which is what's been asked for here, for houses to be built and go forward within the ward. And that if we decide to go forward and allocate a site that is against a whole host of policies, I could not find a policy, an actual policy which would support this, that if we decided to do that on the basis of wanting to have houses built, that would be completely against the judgment in the Moss End appeal and in what it says in MPF4. And our officers have clarified that today really clearly. And I think that's really important. And we've heard that in previous committees. And you know, I intend to move the officers' recommendations here because it's clear from all of what has been said, and I will, you know, kind of can go through them, is that it isn't a sustainable development. The housing that's proposed doesn't meet the housing needs. So that's the first, you know, it isn't supported by quality homes and rural homes. It obviously doesn't meet the housing in the countryside. It doesn't meet the policies, not supported by business development in the countryside policies. It's not supported by the policy on brownfield and vacant derelict land. It's not supported by the business and tourism in terms of what it's trying to achieve. It's not supported, in terms of conservation, in terms of the appropriateness of a community facility, because it's so far out with the actual village itself. We've heard obviously about the impact it would have on the local landscape, and how it would completely change the whole character of the countryside here and the village setting. I think that, could go on, and there's lots of other reasons here, but fundamentally, there is no basis in policy. There's no basis in placemaking policy. There's no basis in site policy. There's no basis in anything to do with housing, and there's no defensible basis to demonstrate need. And on policies where you could say, well, there is potentially some benefit of a Sunday service, and we used to, as a council, fund the Sunday service of the F16, which was still very limited. The report tells us that the basis of having that sort of minimum 5 passenger, even with the visitor centre being there, it just can't be demonstrated that would be met. And we've seen from other services that have had to be cancelled, even to places like the hospital, etc., you know, that it's very, very unlikely that that would be sustainable. And what could end up happening then is the council end up having to pick up the tab for that, because of having, you know, if it becomes an established need within the community, but there's not the you know, the economic viability of that service. So, you know, I think that I cannot see how a case can be made to support this development. And that's my view, and I understand, and you'll quite rightly point out that we're all basing ours on opinion. But I would add that in addition to the overwhelming weight of the case of the policy issues here, which we all know, as a local resident, I think that it would fundamentally change the village, that we heard how it would extend the village limits, and that's in terms of the housing. But what it would also do is it would bring closer Airth and Dunmore. It would, the site of the visitor centre is in the field, which one field down, that's where you've got Dunmore at the corner there. And, you know, these are two distinct communities, and it's the rural setting. It is really critical to the way of life here. And I think, you know, the Pineapple itself, you know, is a fantastic place and a fantastic asset. But the reason that the National Trust for Scotland have not allocated it as a potential site for doing their own visitor centre, etc., is because the character of the site itself is one which is about peace and tranquility and walking. And you can't get into the Pineapple, even if you have this visitor centre, you can't get into the Pineapple. The Pineapple is a garden, it's a folly, it's there where people walk their dogs, where people use the you know, the greenery, use the biodiversity as a way to enrich their lives. It's not a suitable place for a big development, which will be completely out of character with the landscape and with the setting. And I think that, you know, all these things taken together, and I do have concerns also about what the real impact will be for schools and the real impact will be for health centre. I do have concerns about those as a local resident, because I can see the evidence of how it works on the ground. And for all those reasons, I do move the officer's recommendations, because I think that together with, from what I can see in the report, is really, really significant local opposition from streets across the village and other places across the district. And yeah, there's ones from elsewhere, but there are many who would share that view and would be very concerned that that view is advocated as well in a very balanced, you know, way in terms of with policy. But I think that it's really important that the full picture is given to the committee, and having considered all the information and all the facts before us, that's my conclusion, that I think the officer's recommendations are very clear to us, and I can't see a justification to go against them. So I move the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that indeed. Councillor Colley, did you have your hand up there? Thank you.
Yes, I pretty much want to echo what Councillor Murtagh says, and I'm happy to second.
Okay, thank you for that. Going now to the Provost.
Thanks very much, Convener. Visited the Pineapple House many times for the early 70s with my kids and explored the area, and it's a fantastic place historically. And I did always wonder, and the kids always asked, why there was any sort of toilets or cafe or something like that that you see at other places. So when I heard this visitor centre was coming along, I was more than welcomed it. I thought it'd be great for the area and great for Falkirk, for tourism. People visiting the Kelpies could then visit this historic Pineapple House and have a place to rest and have some comfort and learn about the Pineapple House as well. And I think the housing would be welcome in the area. I think they're needed, and it's a mixed development, which was a change for the last time. I was pleased to see that. And it is planning permission in principle, so there's opportunities to look at things and change things. And from an economic development point of view, it's a great idea. We'll create 20 jobs. National Trust don't have any issues. Historic Scotland don't have any issues. There doesn't appear to be any issue with the schools. The NHS don't have any issues. Coal Authority, no issues. You know, so the Community Council, I think, probably summarises very well my thoughts, and they're really keen on it. So I know there's some policy issues, but I think on balance, this is an exciting development for Falkirk and for Airth, and I'd be minded to grant the application. Thank you.
And we've got a mover and seconder to go with the recommendation contained within the report. We'll now have an amendment from Provost Bissett to grant I'm minded to grant the application. Anybody else coming in at this time? I'm looking down the line here.
Yes, Convener.
Councillor Flynn.
Yep, thank you, Convener. I'm delighted to second the Provost's amendment, and I think it's an excellent idea. If I can give you a few comments, if I may, on the reasons why. I think this is a very positive application. It's positive in many ways. It gives us a visitor centre, an attraction, as the Provost said, for people coming from all areas. Not only that, the people in the village. As I said earlier on today, the Airth, I've been here 24 years. It's a lovely village. It's an attractive community. People want to visit and come here. The centre is a conservation area as well. The other thing it does as well is that people have seen many negative comments in the press about Airth Castle Hotel and its demise almost 3 years ago. There was a lot of loss of jobs there, and it impacted hugely on the local economy. One of my neighbour's son was paid off that very night that it closed down, and that was it. This would actually create 20 plus jobs for the visitor centre and many more in the building stage, and that's much needed. It would boost the local economy and help businesses that some might be struggling slightly. The other key factor is that in Airth, we have got one of the best, in my opinion, community councils in Falkirk. I've been on the community council. I represented the school many years ago, and it's a very active, positive, supportive community council, and they do look at everything from every angle. And for them to give it their support, to me, is a huge endorsement. You cannot ask for better. If the community council was against it, we'd say, oh, well, listen, there is a good viewpoint here. But they've supported it. They've supported it because the view coming into the village from the Stirling Inn with the visitor centre, the housing, etc. And also, if you look at the visitor centre, currently, if you go on a busy weekend up to the Pineapple, you've got cars queuing up over, first of all, over a rutted track to get there, 700 metres, passing houses and being a nuisance to the houses there, parking everywhere. This would actually alleviate that. It would encourage people to park at the visitor centre, to get out of their cars and do what we all want, get people walking, get them out there, being active and all the rest of it. And I think that's hugely positive there. The economy is a key factor. And then there's been a bit of discussion about how long it would take to walk to this visitor centre. For the average person, I think they could easily walk. For the average able person, walk there in 15 minutes. I think it'd take longer, actually. And you know why? Because Airth Village is one of those villages where if you go out for a walk, you're liable to stop and have a blether with somebody and a chat about what's going on before you get to your final destination. So it probably would take longer. But if you're going there directly, 15 minutes is fine. The other final point I would make is currently there's a Lockheed development. Now, it may well be within the village limits, but effectively, it was actually on a field that wasn't really used that much. But this development is proposed alongside it. It's only a matter of metres apart. So we're splitting hairs here, whether it's in the countryside or it's not in the countryside. It's adjacent to that. The opportunity to build new houses in Airth on the lower lying land is limited now. You're talking about 1 or 2 houses, if that. In the future, go forward, any house building is going to be on higher land. Here is an opportunity to give affordable housing to a lot of people, a lot of opportunity for residents in Ayr to move into houses that they might want, and also for people coming from out with Ayr to move into Ayr, improve the economy, create jobs when other businesses are losing jobs. So I heartily support the Provost Amendment. Thank you, Convener.
No, thank you for your input, sir. I'm going along the line here. I'm going to Councillor Sinclair online. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Convener. I just want to keep my points brief here. I think in my opinion, I don't think there is enough justification to overturn officers' recommendations on this occasion. There's a couple of reasons why this is planning permission in principle. There's absolutely no guarantee that the detailed design phase of the planning application that may come forward, were this to be agreed, would look anything like the what's currently before us today. And we're doing what we've done on numerous occasions now, and we're looking at this in effect in detail, when in actual fact we're trying to establish the principle of development on this particular site. And I think, given all of the information that's come forward, given the location, given everything that's within the report, and the information that's been provided by the 2 gentlemen about the deputation this morning, I still don't think we are hitting the high bar that allows us to overturn or go against officers' recommendations on this occasion. I think there have been changes to the application since the previous planning applications were put in, and although that's probably a welcome turn of events, I really honestly still don't think that we're there. So that's my I don't think we're justified in going against the officer's recommendations on that occasion. Perhaps there will be one day in the future where there will be an opportunity, but today is not that day, and that's my opinion on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, sir, and your opinion, like everybody else in the committee, is well worthy. Councillor Forrest.
Thank you, Convener. I've got to agree with Councillor Murtagh. The LPD is our Bible. And in it, there are a number of policies that cannot be supported. We heard that there was a number of them. There's actually 15, 16 of them. That's more than I've seen in any other application. It's planning on principle, but once that's given, you can't bring it back. It's always there, and other people will come forward and they'll put in their applications too. And then you won't have a lovely location like this. It will be gone. The community council have changed their viewpoint. We've got to agree on that. Yeah, they've done it. But there's still a big pile of pages at the back of individuals who have put their objections in. I just find it very sad. There are so many things here that come down against this application. It's just too many, in my view. So I'm afraid I'll be supporting the planning officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Across the board here now, who am I looking at? Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. Convener, I find this a really difficult one, and that we had an initial application which was approved for 22 houses in the visitor centre, and I supported that wholeheartedly. So in that, in my head, I've sort of agreed that the potential of build on the land, and I think being consistent, that's I would not, if this was again for 22 houses, I would be arguing very, very strongly for it. My concern, and as it came up with the last one, is when it increased to 80 odd houses, and that's what gives me the concerns. I appreciate Brent's answer that it may make a difference having the visitor centre at a different part, and I think that's tied up with the gardens heritage people, because I think that they were concerned at where it was actually based itself. So yeah, conflicted that doesn't cut it in this one, and I will have to make a decision, and I absolutely not got there yet. I'm truly between both. I see the positives, and I take Councillor Flynn in particular's points on the potential for jobs coming into the community. If there's more people, then hopefully shops and Earth would then obviously be busier, and the shops would be more sustainable as well. Small villages, I appreciate they like being small villages, but the world's growing, and there's more people, and as we know, there's a shortage of housing at the moment. So yeah, there's various challenges on this one. I don't particularly like going against officer recommendations, but it's one that I'll be taking my time to hear everybody on before I make my final decision. It is genuinely that close.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Could I say at this stage for myself, it's been a really good debate. Obviously, we've had 3 different debates on this application because of the fact it's been in the mix for a considerable period of time. There's a lot of emphasis on policy, which is correct. And the fact is that any decision taken against policy means that material considerations must outweigh the development plan. Now, the fact is that Councillor Flynn spoke up as a local member in terms of the negativity, and I don't mean that, I mean it sincerely when I say that we realise the certain policies and the consultations. But the fact is that in terms of material considerations, that would outweigh the development plan. I think Councillor Flynn touched on most of them. The economic benefit, the major benefit to the Falkirk area in terms of tourism, job creation. Now, these are immense, especially in this day and age. The fact is that we went through initially about the schools capacity. We spoke about the health centre capacity. We spoke about the issues of the medical capacity again at Stennismuir. And the fact is that historic environment, no objection. We had the community council. Now, this was a big thing for me because I was listening intently and take a lot of notes on what the community council had been speaking about. And somebody had said, I don't know who it was, somebody had said quite clearly the Earth Community Council is one of the best community councils in the area. We haven't got a community council in Bonnybus now, and I don't know that many other community councils, but I have been to the community council in Earth on a number of occasions, and I found them really supportive ideas and situations that were developing in Falkirk, not just in Earth. I thought they were at the last meeting that when Councillor Murtagh and the community council were having discussions, I thought it was tremendous to hear a local member and a community council coming forward with their own interpretations of this application. I'll be honest, because we're all entitled, there are 12 of us on this committee. Every one of us is entitled to their opinion. That's what we're here for. And the fact of the matter is, you don't get swayed by anybody. What I do is, you get swayed by the facts. The facts is that if this was in my area, I'm just taking this, if this was in my area, and we were going to get, say, this up at the Roughcastle Roman Ford, which we've been trying for years, and in terms of the houses that go with it, the houses to me is in terms of an enabling development, enabling everything else to happen, and obviously to get the finance for all these things that are going to happen, then that's required. I think it's justifiable, and once again I go to the fact about the economic benefit. in this day and age. We just went through a process in the council there where it's been a very difficult situation, not just for Falkirk Council, but for other council in relation to the situation. I think, my own personal opinion, I'm entitled to it, and everybody else can come in after me and say what they want. My own interpretation about this, and I've thought this since day one, is that this is a tremendous opportunity for that area. In terms of the economic benefit, I think that's the key word for this, and I'll be supporting it if there comes to a vote. Thank you. Who's next?
Thanks, Convener. And it has been interesting listening to the two different aspects of people's views. And I say a lot of times it's people's interpretations of policies. And listening to the Provost, I think that the policies that could be supported in the amendment would be policy JE10, food and drink in the local development plan, policy JE01, business and tourism, policy IR04, a community facility, because this will benefit the people of Airth and the surrounding areas. Policy 13 of the National Planning Framework 4, sustainable travel. And policy 15, local living in a 20-minute neighbourhood. I quite agree with Councillor Flynn regarding the centre, if you're going for the centre or for the other end. I've got a lot of friends and relatives who live in the old part of Airth, who I go and see quite often. And were they happy when the newer houses got built? No, they weren't happy. However, they understand that development needs to go on. And I will be supporting the amendment, Convener.
Okay, and who's next? Anybody else would like to come in at this stage? Councillor Murtagh, you want to come back in?
I was it's with some questions about some of the things, the policies to officers in terms of how that would be worded. But if Councillor Redmond is wanting to come with a contribution, I'm happy to defer.
Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. I think a wee bit like Councillor Bowes, I'm really kind of torn on this, and I think that was an excellent speech for Councillor Flynn and yourself, Convener, about the economic benefits. And we've got a primary school there that's sitting at 71% capacity. That's reducing. The kind of point you made as well, Convener, about if this was in our ward, the jobs and things, it would be quite advantageous, and you'd probably want that. And I think I can see a lot of community benefits in this, but at the same time, for going on the site visit and seeing it and seeing that it was, it was fields of barley, or I'm not a farmer, I don't know exactly what the crop was, but it was is it all fields of really productive farmland. There's no many places in the Falkirk area that have that character about them, where we can grow arable crops. Larbert High School is another kind of major concern. Obviously, it's at 95% capacity, so I can see how the community would want, a lot of people in the community would want this, and how it would bring a lot of benefits. But I'm kind of torn on the fact that we're jobs to sort of consider as developments come forward, areas where we think are suitable for development, probably non-productive land, and areas that aren't used very well. And where the schools and things can cope with it. And I think a lot of the primary schools, the health side's a kind of a struggle all over the Falkirk area, but I'm really kind of leaning more to, I'm going to maybe upset the community here, but I think it's more we need to uphold protect our countryside, and obviously around the high issues. So I think on this one, and I'm normally quite pro development, but I think on this one, those are the two issues that make me think maybe we shouldn't go ahead with this site. Thanks.
Thank you for your input, sir. Questions from final questions by Councillor Murtagh to officers.
Thanks, Convener. And I know that Mr. Henderson is going to do what I always really admire Mr. Henderson when he lists all the reasons of the different things. But I suppose my question was sort of like Bailey Kerr was suggesting a number of the policies which would support going against the officer's recommendations. So my question is about that, because many of the policies which were listed there in the officer recommendation are directly cited as not supporting the application. So I know that it's effectively, that's the officer's opinion about how policy and those policies that the application can't be supported because they don't meet those policies. So if we are saying, if there was an amendment that says, well, we do override officers' recommendations because of those policies, how does that work? Is it just a case of, well, the opinion is then that the officers are wrong and they've interpreted that policy wrong? Is that how that is actually working?
Convener, can I just, I've not put an amendment forward, and I've not put any policies forward for the amendment.
Sorry, Bailey Kerr, I'm not, just to clarify, I'm not saying that you did. I think what you said was that in your opinion, that what Councillor Flynn said, that these are where the policies would support it, and you're suggesting that those policies were what they were. And what I'm asking is in terms of the policies.
Councillor Musk, I never says that it support anybody. I just says in my opinion.
Excuse me. Can I say that if there's questions to be asked, what we don't do is we don't question what other people are saying. As I always said, you've got 12 individuals on this committee. You've got 12 people who've got an opinion and they give their opinion. We're not here to question what another member says during the submission. If you've got questions to officers, Councillor Murtagh, then ask the relevant questions, but don't. But what we can't do is to start questioning and then starting up a dialogue with other members. If you've got questions on specific policy issues, then ask them, but don't ask questions on what another member has said. Thank you.
So Convener, with respect, I have not asked the question of Bailey Kerr, and it was Bailey Kerr that jumped in to clarify what I was saying. What I've asked Mr. Henderson is the basis of, in theory, because it was mentioned, policies were mentioned. So if policies in the recommendations, let's just pick JE01 business and tourism, if it is the opinion of the officers that an application doesn't meet that policy, can it be the basis of an amendment that the application should be approved because it does meet that policy? That's all I'm asking. I'm asking officers' opinion about how that works in practice. If the officer recommendations say this is not supported by this policy, but the amendment is, but they would be supported by this policy. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, who's going to answer that? Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Murtagh. And I think just as a starting point, I think it was recognised, and certainly by the convener, that the application was being considered against policy. I think the key policy would no doubt be policy 16F, which creates certain limited circumstances for exceptional housing land to be released where it's not part of an allocated site. So I think you're correct in identifying that there can be a difficulty in saying our decision is that it's not against a policy, but it is in line with policy. I think possibly my take on things there was that what Bailey Kerr was doing was saying that there were certain elements of policy that this could be consistent with, but perhaps not in line with policy overall, which then takes you to the point that I think the court in the Moss End case made, and that was that you need to be aware of the distinction between development planning and development control, and just that point that an application for planning permission is to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So my understanding of the motion by the Provost, by Provost Bissett and seconded by Councillor Flynn, is that they were identifying a range of material considerations that it would then be for the decision maker to consider the weight to be given to them and whether or not that may outweigh the development plan. So hopefully that's of some help in explaining that position. I think what you've done is maybe given a lead into trying to kind of summarise the amendment that's been raised. And I think the first point is that the committee's considered the report development plan material considerations, exercised its planning judgment, and it doesn't consider that the development plan is met, but there are a range of material considerations that would be considered to outweigh or be of such weight as to indicate that the development plan would not be accorded priority. And I'll come to them, the ones that I've noted, in a moment. I think the first point I might pass over to colleagues in planning on, and I think the convener reflected it, and I think it was indeed reflected in the amendment, that it would be a minded to grant decision, so it would be subject to presumably the entering into of a satisfactory Section 75 planning obligation, and pursuant to that, appropriate conditions. And I think it might be worthwhile just passing over to my colleague, Mr. Vivian, just to say to the committee what he as the case officer might consider, and sorry to put you in that position, but might consider the matters that would require to be covered by a Section 75 planning obligation to be, and what the kind of key conditions may be that would be applied ultimately if permission was to be granted following that. Thanks, Brent.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, if there was a minded to grant decision, then there'd be a requirement for a Section 75 planning obligation. That would be to secure education, public transport, and active travel contributions, and a 25% affordable housing provision on the site. In terms of the conditions, generally they would be determined by the Director of Place Services as appropriate. There's a number of topics that would need to be covered. I don't know whether you want me to go through them at this stage or whether that's enough just now. Yeah, no, this one.
Thank you, conveners. Apologies with your leave. I think it might be beneficial if Mr. Vivian was able to draw out maybe the key conditions that may apply. And I'm just conscious that there was some discussion during the meeting about the Community Council and their desires around transportation. I don't know if Mr. Vivian might be able to expand on that, if that's a particular condition that might be of a nature that might not be assumed to be one that on first glance that the director would apply.
Yeah, thanks. Just referring to some of the comments from the Community Council, they were happy to support the application subject to some certain conditions. One of them was for access to Earthmain's farm for agricultural traffic and HGVs, and for construction traffic to not be taken from Black Avenue, which is the current access to the farm, but for it to be provided at an alternative location on land within the control of the applicant. That would involve off-site works and potentially a separate consenting process through a further application. But certainly there is scope to consider a suspensive condition whereby certain works on the application site couldn't take place until an alternative access route to the farm was available for use. So there certainly is scope to frame a condition along those lines. The applicant has intimated that provision of an alternative access route for the farm would be aligned with phase 1 development works on the site, which comprise of the new roundabout works and the visitor centre itself.
Okay, fine, thank you. Okay, then we'll get back to the committee here. Is there anybody else want to come in at anything before we go to the vote? We go to the vote? Go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Maybe just quickly in advance of that, I had mentioned that I would try to run through the material considerations in terms of the amendment. One of them, I am wondering if it slightly mirrors something that happened last month, and that is, I think it was mentioned that housing would be welcome and affordable housing would be welcome. And just conscious of policy 16F and the approach to housing and permission for exceptional housing release, it might be possible to say something along the lines of, for the purposes of this application and without creating a precedent, it's noted that the planning authority has not yet published a delivery pipeline, and it's not considered, and it is considered that the proposed housing development would benefit the supply of housing and affordable housing in the area. So that was one point that. Apologies, Councillor Forrest. Is perhaps my positioning in relation to the microphone there, and apologies for that. Does that sound better? A little bit better. No, thank you. I was just picking up on a point around the comment about the benefit of housing in the area, kind of linked to the exceptional housing land release policy context. And I think the case mentioned that there could be reference to an authority not yet having published a delivery pipeline. So I was just noting, for the purposes of the application and without creating a form of precedent, it's noted that the planning authority has not yet published a delivery pipeline, and it's considered that the proposed housing element would benefit the supply of housing and affordable housing in the area. So the other notes that I have made during the debate were that there would be economic and employment benefits generated by the development. The proposed development would contribute positively to tourism and leisure, food and drink, and community facilities in the area. That it was a suitable location for the proposed development. There was mention that the housing element would support local living. Impacts on infrastructure can be adequately mitigated. The proposed development would generate additional parking and road traffic improvements for the area. So these were the material considerations that I'd noted through the debate. So the motion is by Councillor Murtagh, seconded by Councillor Colley, which is to agree the officer recommendations to refuse the application. And then we have an amendment by Provost Bissett. Yeah. seconded by Councillor Flynn. And indeed, I have just been corrected by my colleague, Mr. Broadley, who has said that, and are you happy to come in?
Thank you. Through you, Convener. Yeah, it's just to confirm for the efficacy of your list, Mr. Henderson, that the council does have a development programme delivery pipeline, although not published yet, partially for some of the reasons that Councillor Redmond mentioned earlier regarding the council's website. But my colleague Catherine could come in on that, but essentially from your list, it's important that we do have that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Which I think takes away some of the wording that I mentioned there. So I will read through what I have noted the amendment to be. The committee, having considered the officer's report, the development plan and material considerations, and having exercised its planning judgment, agrees that it is minded to grant planning permission in principle, as it considers that the following material considerations are of such weight as to indicate that the development plan should not be accorded priority. And number one is the economic and employment benefits that would be generated by the development. Number two, that the proposed development would contribute positively to tourism and leisure, food and drink and community facilities in the area. Three would be it is considered a suitable location for the proposed development. Number four, the proposed housing element would support local living. Number five, impacts on infrastructure can be adequately mitigated. Number six, that the proposed development would generate additional parking and road traffic improvements for the area. And number seven, I think would simply be it's considered that the proposed housing element would benefit the supply of housing and affordable housing in the area. And that would then be, the grant would be subject to the completion to the satisfaction of the Director of Place Services of a Section 75 planning obligation in relation to education contributions, public transport and active travel contributions, 25% affordable housing on the site, and upon satisfactory conclusion of that, the Director would be authorised to grant permission subject to appropriate conditions. And I think the one specific one that was mentioned by Mr. Vivian was a suspensive condition in relation to an alternate access route to Earthmains Farm being available for use, I think, in advance of the housing elements, so that would be in advance of phase 2 of development. So thank you. I think that summarises the motion, which is to refuse per officer recommendations, and the amendment, which is to be minded to grant. So on the basis of a roll call vote, Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Reluctantly motion.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
It's probably the microphone again. Thank you. Bailey Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
And Councillor Sinclair.
The motion.
And we have 7 votes for the motion, 5 for the amendment, and the motion is duly. Thank you, Convener.
Thanks, everybody. That brings us to the conclusion of this meeting, and thank you, everybody, both here and online, members and officers. Thanking you.
Thanks,
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.